This is day 3 of group. So let's have a look at the results in C1. Welcome, Henry. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. Come on. Okay, let's have a look at the results from yesterday in their entirety. We'll have a quick rundown through them. Back to me. We'll have a run through the results. Back to me. Well, how does that affect the table? Let's have a quick look. Big mover yesterday. Justin Smith closed the gap, winning his final match of the day, 4-2 against Dan Reid. Closed the gap to just 2 points after Lisa went down 4-1 to Graham Usher. What's your thinking today? Where do you think we're going to end up? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, and then I'll throw in this, don't forget, winner of this Group A straight to Saturday. Second and third. Yeah, when we're talking about the table, then I'll do the breakdown of the table. There's still plenty to play for. Mathematically, of course, 10 points up for grabs, so James Richardson still in the mix. Oh, you said you could do it. Dan Reid averaged 87.2 for the day yesterday and only picked up. Yes, I brought it up with me. Do you want to get a test of him? Switch it on then, Reid. Okay. I have tested it already with the lads in production.
Hello, me talking here, talking into the mic. Hopefully levels are okay.
Perfect, mate. Leave it on. 4 minutes. Sorry, it's hard to hear you with the intro, music playing. Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is day 3 of Group A. Let's have a quick recap of what happened yesterday.
Actually, that second dart would have been a nice light. Another. Leads one at double six, and that is huge from James Richardson.
There.
Lisa, you require 150.
Is that coming out of these speakers?
Another. Double 15.
Game
That's incredible from Lisa Ashton.
You require 112.
Well, this game's following a pattern potentially. The first 2 legs
Game shown the
went against the darts.
Graham Usher.
The last 2 have gone with.
Justin, you require 56.
For the match. Missed the big number. Should still get a match dart. Takes the pick at double 16.
Game
and
shots
pings
and the match.
double 16
Justin Smith.
to take the last match of the day. Justin Smith wins 4 legs to 2.
Stuff there across the course of the day. Welcome back, Henry. Another little rascal.
I know.
Me and you are going to have words, pal, I think.
I know.
Well, let's have a look at the results in their entirety from yesterday. And there they are, some interesting results yesterday. No more so than this stat. This is a blinder. James Richardson's played over 50 matches here at the Super Series and its predecessor. Yesterday was the first time he went through the day without picking up a single point.
This is absolutely staggering, and we know what James Richardson can do here, but everyone has this day where it's just a complete off day, and for him it was the case yesterday. It's played him most likely out of contention to win the group. For him, the aim is to probably try and get 4 wins from 5 if he can. If he does, it gives himself a chance of getting into Group B, and we know the advantages of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Group A, the winner, of course, goes through straight through to Saturday night's final. Yeah, some interesting results yesterday. Some big results for Justin Smith towards the back end of the day.
Yeah, we always say in this second day, someone can make a move. We call it moving day for a reason, because someone who maybe didn't have the best Monday, he played well, just didn't get the results, whereas yesterday, both of them matched up with each other, and he's well in that fight to win Group A today, and I think between him and Lisa, I think it's tough to prize apart.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Okay, well, let's see how those results have affected the table. And as you can see, the gap was closed, Henry, by Justin Smith with those great run results. He won 4 out of 5 yesterday. He did what Lisa did on Monday. Exactly,
and it's put himself right in contention. I think there was a spell yesterday when Lisa made it 7 in a row. Possibly we were looking at a runaway leader, but now it's everyone's game. But, I mean, you even look at Graham Usher and Alan Tabern. If they can win early on and force a bit of pressure on the 2 in front, you know, if results go their way, then they're not out of the fight either. No, I think it's wide open. I'm not sure about Dan Reid or James Richardson, but we know both of them can bounce back and get on a run. Whether they can get on a big enough run to reel in Lisa right at the top, I'm unsure. I think if she picks up 3 wins, she's pretty much home and host. The winner, of course, of Group A progresses to Saturday night's final, as I mentioned. But if you finish in 2nd and 3rd, you go into Group B. Now, Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night, is a field of 5 players, and the top 3 join the winner of Group A, and 4, 5 and 6 come back for the morning session, which is back to a group of 6 and only 2 go through. Well, I think the players are ready. Our referee, Charlie, is ready. This man here will be down in comms, joining Matt Edgar.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and this is a great way to kick off the day. We're going to kick off the day not only with the 4-time Women's World Champion, but she is also the table topper here at the moment in Group A. 14 points is the lead at the moment. 4 points clear of her opponent at the moment, where she's about to play Graham Usher, the 49-year-old from Scarborough. Put some miles in to get down here, and he'll be hoping to put some points on the board today. A win here will move him up to 12 and give him some
first leg.
legs
It's
in the legs column. Currently sat
Game
0 on there, but does have good vibes playing against Lisa Ashton this week. They have met twice already. Both games go in the way of Graham Usher. 4 legs to 2 and 4 legs to 1, so good leg difference on the board on the
43.
head-to-head stats between the two. Lisa Ashton will be hoping
100.
to recover from yesterday. A slow ending to the day, but not a slow start to the day for Henry, who joins me in comms today after running
58.
down the stairs.
Yes, morning, Matt. Morning, everyone. I'm going to get the stats back in today. Up sprightly and early, cup of coffee, ready to go.
100.
As are these two players. Lisa, as we've mentioned, top of the group overnight.
99.
But she has stiff opposition. Justin Smith had a fantastic day yesterday, winning 4 from 5. And Graham Usher, if he can win this first game against Lisa, is not
130.
out of the shouting either.
We're looking at today and we're looking at that table, and a lot of this is going to come down to where those wins come from.
82.
They said there, 3
Lisa, you
wins might
require
be enough. And if
71.
they come against the right opponents, 3 wins out of 5 will be more than enough for Lisa today.
20 points should do it, which means 3 from 5 would be the
39.
target. If she can get herself off to the best possible start and win this game against Graham Usher, it will make her task feel so much easier. She'd only then have to win, you'd feel, half of those
Lisa, you
games
require 32.
to the finishing line. And she's going about it
Game
okay
shot
in
on
this
the
first leg.
leg.
Double 16
Lisa
seals the
Ashton.
opener for Lisa Ashton. A comfortable holder throw for the Lancashire Rose. Leading Graham Usher
Second leg,
by
it's
a leg
Graham
to
to
nil
throw
here.
first.
I was having a chat with Graham this morning in the practice room, and
140.
he was saying how this stage environment is making him feel much better about his game. It just gives him this extra
100.
impetus, and he was mentioning in general that as soon as the players become more acclimatised to it, those who haven't quite had the same stage experience as the others,
121.
he expects special things to happen here at the Super Series.
Well, the atmosphere has completely changed today. The atmosphere in that practice room
60.
is buzzing. The players have certainly got used to this environment, and they was thriving on the opportunity going up there to play.
140.
And both players have kicked on in this game pretty strong in the beginning. When we look at Lisa Ashton, we look at her week, we look at those finishing stats.
60.
They're the things that have
Graham, you
really
require
highlighted
100.
for us. And he's just sort of tailed off towards the end yesterday, didn't she? 50%
25.
on day 1. That is an incredible finishing stat. That's why she topped the table.
Looking to rediscover that form of Monday on Wednesday.
43. Graham,
Put
you
the end
require
of
75.
Tuesday behind her. She won 7 in a row. Graham Usher
51.
through for his first leg of the day, but he will return for double 12 with Lisa all the way back on 238. Won't be too far behind now.
140. Graham, you require 24.
Double 6.
Game shot on the
Gets her
second
in the
leg.
end. Didn't want to be
Graham
messing
Usher.
about there with Ashton. Then back on a finish. Levels us up at 1 apiece. And I think both players have made steady starts on throw.
Third leg,
But
it's
for
Lisa to
Usher,
throw
he knows
first.
somewhere
Game
along the
on.
line, he's going to have to find a break.
And there is a 180 for Lisa
180.
Ashton. I was literally just about to say this morning we came in, we had a little look through
30.
the stats as we do at the start of the day, and Lisa Ashton did not hit a single 180 in the whole day yesterday.
100.
And then she just preempts that comment and starts the leg with a 180 on throw.
The commentator's curse.
100.
I didn't even have a chance to say it.
You've become that good already, Matt.
Both players looking really good with the throw here. Could be a third solid holder throw. That is a second 180 of the match, one apiece on the 180s, but that does not leave Graham on a finish, so Lisa still in commanding position.
129.
We could have had 2 180s and a 141 finish in the same leg. We know what that could lead to somewhere along the line.
91.
That time it would have
Lisa,
been
you
for
require
12. This is 4:13, needing 12, Lisa Ashton. Averaging 97, now double 3.
Game shot on the
And
third
the Lancashire
leg.
Rose
Lisa
means
Ashton.
business on Wednesday here at the Super Series. An average of 91 to even 5 on the doubles. But as Matt mentioned in the last leg, it's been so comfortable for the player
Fourth leg, it's
who's
Graham
had
to
the
throw
darts at the
first.
start of
Game
the
on.
leg thus far. It's Graham Usher who has that honour in leg 4. And a game for him in this early
42.
stage, if he wants to harbour ambitions of trying to top Group A come the end of the day, has to win.
140.
But Lisa's stolen the darts early. Or has she?
140.
It's interesting when we look at Graham, isn't it? It's like he's blossoming with age. The older he's getting, the better he seems to be getting.
100.
Which is quite interesting when we look, he's now 49. Turned 50 in June. Could he be eyeing up that seniors tour?
95.
I think Graham will hope that as a PDC tour card holder next year, that may not be an avenue
41.
open to him. And this is the thing now for players. There's so many opportunities that have presented themselves
100.
here at the Super Series. If you don't win a tour card at Q School, you open up so many options for yourself now as a player.
100. Graham, you require 124.
Not tour card or bust these days.
It's going to be the first kind of opportunity for a breaker throw here for Lisa Ashton. Straight up that middle
38.
line of the 20s. She just needs
Lisa, you
one of
require
each. She needs a treble, she
120.
needs a single, and then the double to finish. There's the single. There's a 5. That means no finish on for Lisa Ashton. So
44.
puts the ball back in the
Graham,
court
you
of Graham
require
Usher.
86.
86 for a 4th hold of throw. Gonna have to stay on the 18s. Leaves him the ball.
61. Lisa,
Offers
you
the chance
require
back
76.
To Lisa Ashton. Should get a dart. She's going to get 2.
Yeah,
She
you'll show
only
on the
needs
fourth
1.
leg.
It's a
Lisa
17
Ashton.
dart leg for Lisa Ashton. 76 finish. Bosh, bosh. It's 3-1, and it's a breaker throw.
Most crucially, and Lisa will have the throw
Fifth leg, it's
in
Lisa to
leg
throw
5
first.
to seal a
Game
4-1
on.
victory to set her stall out right from the very start to put herself on 16 points.
140.
It would open up a 4-point gap temporarily on Justin Smith, who plays in our next match against Alan Tabern. That's unlucky from
120.
Graham Usher. You ain't giving this one up without a fight.
One of the things Lisa Ashton's been this week is a bit of a spoiler. She's been a bit of a long list
60.
buster. And actually, the bookies didn't have Lisa down as favourite to win any match today.
85.
The only game they gave her a 50-50 shot against was Alan Tabern, game we'll see later on.
Of course, if you are having a flutter today,
60.
18 plus, begambleaware.org. Now, you mentioned the seniors in the
140.
last leg, and there was some news over the last couple of days regarding that. The World Seniors match play for 2023 is heading off to the Barbican Centre in York.
100. Graham, you require 156.
Tickets go on sale on Friday for the event between the 2nd and 3rd of September. As Graham
Game
Usher
shot on the fifth
nails
leg.
the double
Graham
18
Usher.
for 156 to keep himself in the match, and doing so in style, turning on the style. It's the break back.
Sixth leg, it's Graham to
3-2,
throw first.
and
Game
we
on.
are back on throw.
This kind of was exactly what Lisa dished out yesterday, wasn't it?
140.
She was 3-1 down, then putting that amazing 150 finish, 2 trebles and a double. And she's just had it returned
57.
back in the very next game. You mentioned that seniors
140.
match play. These are 2 players we could see both taking in that lineup.
Most definitely.
100.
And 25% of the players in the field of the major TV events on the seniors tour, as Usher
180.
nails his 2nd max of the match to put himself in 41 points of a decider. 25% of players will be
43.
qualifiers in those
Graham,
events.
you
We'll talk about that in
require
just a second.
41.
Usher wants 41. Tops for 3-3.
Game shot on the
And we are
sixth
going the
leg.
distance
Graham Usher.
in the opening game of the day. A crucial leg arises right from the very get-go of our morning session. If Lisa
Seven and
Ashton
final
wins
leg.
this
It's
leg,
Reese to throw
she
first.
opens up
Game
a
on.
4-point lead on Justin Smith ahead of his game against Alan Tabern. If Graham Usher wins
60.
it, he goes within 2 of the table topper, and Justin Smith in the next game could go level on points at the top.
140.
This is mightily impressive, though, from Graham Usher. Average up to 98.60. 8 140 plus shots, 2 180s and 5 over a ton with a 156 out. This has been some turnaround, and it is a turnaround
55.
through quality. Just casting my eye back to the table.
100.
Justin Smith will be quite happy with this as well, because those legs will probably come into play.
83.
Graham Usher takes this, he'll go to +1 leg. Lisa Ashton will go down to 6.
60.
Lisa first to finish, but Graham Usher can leave it more handy.
140.
Could it be the most
Lisa, you
divine of
require
darting ironies if
156.
Lisa Ashton can finish on a 156? She won't. So Usher will return for 83 for the match and to
76.
seal the comeback
Graham, you
win and to
require
seal the first
83.
2 points of the day. Going to get 2 at double 16, double 8, double 8.
Game, shot,
That's some
and
way
the
to win the match
match.
for Graham
Graham
Usher.
Usher.
And it keeps his hopes of winning Group A alive. It opens the group right up. It presents the opportunity for Justin Smith in our next match. Let's have a look at the stats. A 97.6 average for Graham Usher, 2 maximums, 4 from 10 on the doubles, and that brilliant high out of 156. We're going to take a short break. Alan Tabern will be in action after it against the man who could go joint top of the group in Justin Smith.
Match 1 of the day, and I hope they continued like that, Henry.
It was a superb game, wasn't it? Both players played their part in that. Graham Usher started as he would love to go on with that 97 average, but it was not just the average, it was the timing of what he did. The 156 finish, the 11 dart leg to send us all the way. It was like a Rolex watch, always on time.
Yeah, it was. It was an outstanding display, and of course that completely changes the complexion of the table because Graham joins Justin on 12 points now.
And suddenly he's in the mix, isn't he? And we said that these first round of matches could completely change the way we see this group. And now it presents Justin Smith the opportunity to go level on points of Lisa at the top. And with 3 players within 2 points of each other, that's going to guarantee one thing: carnage.
Yeah, and for Lisa, of course, she'll be fully aware that she can be, well, they can pull level on points where Justin Smith can't with a win here, and that will change her approach to the rest of the day, because after day one, like you said, winning 4 out of 5, and then she went 7 from 7, we were beginning to think she was going to run away with it, but she is getting reeled in. Up next, Justin Smith against Alan Tabern, 1-1 over the course of the opening 2 days of this group.
Exactly, and the other thing now is he knows, looking at the legs difference bracket, he can go top of the group with a victory. That completely changes the dynamic of the game. Of course, there are no head-to-heads, but today's the day when perhaps you maybe look at the table a little bit more than your opponent. So that's going to come into play, come into thinking, as it does with every player.
Absolutely. Well, Charlie's ready. Henry's going to hot-foot it down with Matt Eggert. Let's get on with the action.
A battle of generations here in this game. The youngest player in the group takes on the oldest player in the group. Justin Smith, 25 years old, from Wales, the bearded dragon, semi-finalist on the PDC Challenge Tour. But Alan Tabern, 55-year-old, the Saint from St. Helens, 8-time PDC ranking event winner, did reach at his peak the PDC ranking number 9. Very good achievement.
First leg, it's Justin to throw first.
8 times we've
Game
seen him
on.
at the World Championship, 6 times in the second biggest event in the World Match Play. Has the pedigree.
43.
Has a victory over Justin Smith as well this week. as we've just
100.
heard. But the last time they played, it was a 4-0 victory for Justin Smith, which is where that leg difference is starting to come into play. If you can
60.
get the points on the board here, will be taking over from Lisa Ashton as the table topper at the end of this round of matches.
59.
You mentioned this yesterday, didn't you? If he did step up once or twice, which was going in this Victor's like run of 7 wins, 7.
95.
Big ones, they were 4-3, 4-2. Big in Achilles heel now with Justin Smith.
59.
Area leg difference compared to the Lancashire Rose. Upstairs, this could not be a
133.
Russia's played themselves into contention.
44. Justin, you require 170.
Big fish here.
81.
Wouldn't have been the first time we saw the big fish this week. We've already seen that once already this week, but we're not going to see it in this occasion. Alan Tabern, like Graham Usher, can play himself into contention
43.
here.
Justin, you require 89.
But he does need points on the board early. Double 8.
73.
Will be back at that double 8. Tabern all the way back on 196. That is a no finish for Alan.
60. Justin, you require 16.
3 minimum.
Game shot on the
Doesn't
first
need
leg.
the 3.
Justin
Only
Smith.
2 darts needed for Justin Smith. It is a 20 dart leg, but it's a holder throw. That is the most important part there for Justin Smith. Takes the lead and moves
Second
a step
leg, it's
closer
Alan to throw
topping the
first.
table.
$100.
We have seen these past couple of days, Alan just takes a little bit of time to warm into the day. And Justin's not going to give him the luxury of time. A maximum 180, the first one of the match. And he's already trying to attack the throw.
100.
Well, hopefully you can hear me now.
95.
Although I'm sure there's one or two people that were probably happy with the silence from my end.
59.
Anyway, I'll return to my train of thought from a couple of moments ago, that you sense now that this is a 3-horse race for the finishing line. Graham Usher playing his way into contention with that victory over Lisa Ashton in the opening game of the day, as Justin Smith leads 86 after 9
86.
to go 2-0 up, break the throw, all within the space of 12 potentially as well. He's going to give himself one dart at double 7,
72.
which drags
Alan, you
just
require
below.
142.
We saw Graham Usher save the match to a 156 in our last game, and it proved to be a pivotal turning point. Tabern can't take out the
Justin, you require
142,
40.
so Smith will return for double 7. Now that's dodgy. He's only
No
really had the
score.
top corner to aim at,
Alan, you require
which is interesting because
117.
Justin Smith has been inclined to split the last couple of days of those sorts of doubles.
That big 5 leaves Alan on a no finish, so Justin Smith will be returning. And it'll be interesting to see if
77.
he does go straight for the
Justin, you
sevens again.
require
Looks
40.
like he's thinking, he's contemplating, he's looking, he's deciding. Straight at it again, and that's kicked up a bit awkward. He's going to have to come left.
Game shot on the second
Gets
leg.
it in through
Justin
the goal
Smith.
post. Great dart there for Justin Smith. That's a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead to Justin Smith. But we're talking just before we came on about Justin Smith. And
Third
we've
leg,
said
it's
all
Justin to
along that
throw
we
first.
feel more's going to come. But one thing that's for sure, when Justin Smith plays, special things happen.
Indeed they do.
140.
Best average of yesterday was a 97.70 hit by Justin
100.
Smith. Best finish of yesterday was a 132 finish hit by Dan Reid against Justin Smith. Best losing average was a 99.89 hit by Justin Smith. Best average of the week was a 108.67 James Richardson hit against
135.
Justin Smith.
So what you're saying is his games are okay.
Well, if he doesn't do it, his opponent seems to do it against him.
180.
That's his second of the match. This leg, 140, 140 maximum from the Bearded Dragon.
117. Justin, you require 41.
For a potential 11 dart leg to go 3-0 up.
25.
And if it
Alan,
wasn't
you
for
require
that
149.
doubling disaster on double 7, his average could be well in the late 90s.
59. Justin, you require
2
60.
8s for a 13 dart leg, 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the
And
third
he's looking
leg.
to set
Justin
his stall
Smith.
out on finals day in Group A. And Alan Tabern with the darts needs to win the lot.
I think the
Fourth
big
leg, it's
factor
Alan to
here
throw
is not just the
first.
points,
Game on.
but that leg tally. He's already the leg leader clear. If he can put another leg on here and go 4-0 up, take the victory,
100.
that could almost close those leg columns and force people to have to get more points than him. That will be like an extra bonus.
Well, Justin Smith
100.
was on plus 12. And the legs difference before this game got underway. It was the best of any player in the group. So put him on plus 15, obviously plus 16 if it's 4-0.
180.
Could be plus 15 because it could end up as a different scoreline because Alan Tabern's made some headway in this leg with the darts.
It's the first time we've seen Alan put 2
43.
trebles in the same visit. He's had 8 tons, but he's never been able to make a dent on that 140, 180 column.
130.
And that's really where the game's changed. Justin Smith's been able to find that second treble in more visits than not.
60. Alan, you require 91.
But the last leg was good from Alan despite not getting a shot at the double. It's his
59.
first start at the double in the game, but he is certainly warming to the task. Average up to around about the 86 mark. Highest it's been so far in the match for Alan.
60.
And he will be returning with at least 6 starts.
Alan, you require 32.
Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth
Coming in, he's the
leg.
one.
Alan Tabern.
It's a holder throw for Alan Tabern. 3-1 to Justin Smith. Justin throwing first for the match in leg 5.
Fifth leg, it's Justin
This is where
to
he's
throw
going to
first.
exercise his energies. As you say, the wins are important, but just as importantly is the next difference column where Justin Smith has a sizable advantage.
40.
You see Alan throwing his arms at the board a little bit there, as if like, what's going on? A sign that he's
60.
feeling better than what he's showing. He's expecting. He'll be expecting after that dart. That is lovely, sat in the top of the bed. And he is expecting and delivering 180. Right on cue there for Alan Tabern. He's second of the game. But Justin is coming completely off the ball here since he went 3-0 up.
He went 3-0 up. The scoring phase of the leg has been absolutely brilliant.
140.
But 3 from 15 on the doubles. You remember he had that leg where he missed 7 or 8 darts at double
60.
7.
Alan, you require
Then missed a few
141.
in the leg in which he won eventually on double 8. Alan Tabern looking for a 141 to
93.
break the throw, bring it back to 3-2. He's going to return for 48, leaving that after 12. And Justin Smith could only apply pressure.
81.
And that was a key
Alan,
last start. It could be
48.
academic because Tabern wants tops for 3-2.
28.
But it doesn't go.
Justin, you require 140.
Can he get the 140, Justin Smith, to seal a 4-1 victory? Goes the treble 18 route. That first start didn't go into the treble 18.
Alan, you require 20.
2 10s for 2 legs. Is that a friend or a foe?
No
It's
score.
A foe. It's kissed off and gone
Justin,
low.
you require 52.
Giving Justin Smith the chance at 52 for the match. And he's
No
bust.
score.
He's hit the treble 20.
Alan, you require 20.
Gives Alan Tabern another opportunity to break the throw. Sign of early tension there for Justin Smith. 2 10s for 2 legs. Shuffles across the hockey. Up to the top of the board. 2 5s.
Game shot on the
hits
fifth
the
leg.
double 5.
Alan Tabern.
It's a breaker throw for Alan Tabern. 3-2 to Justin Smith. And Justin is not going to be a happy camper after busting that 52.
That could
Sixth
be a
leg, it's
game
Alan to throw
changer.
first. Game
But
on.
beyond that, it could be a group changer because if Alan Tabern can do the turnaround, it put him onto 12 points. And we'd have a situation where we'd have Ashton on 14, Smith on 12, Usher on 12, Tabern on 12. Good luck prizing them apart.
55.
It's interesting as well because we've spoke for the last couple of days about Tabern's stubbornness to leave that tops.
59.
Despite the fact the data is telling him 16s is the way forward. This game the same. Double 16, out it went, onto tops, and he's taking 6 darts to
60.
get out when he goes on that tops breakdown. It's not working for him this week.
60.
And I just wonder whether players should ask and look at that sort of data for the analytics of their game.
140.
Because if you know that statistically you're better on one double, surely then you'd be able to practice and try and make sure you leave that double in pressure
85.
situations. It should give you a better chance. Those small gains, it's a bit like the psychology of a coach in NFL or in football or anything like that.
100.
Another chance here for
65.
Justin Smith to
Justin,
wrap
you
this up.
require
146 to finish.
146.
This is where he wants to see the treble go in. Can't take it, offering the 110 opportunity for Tabern. He has had a ton plus finish already this week.
56.
He'd
Alan, you
love one
require
here.
110.
To take us all the way. It's a nice lie for the treble, but it dips just below, and so Justin Smith will
50.
return for 90.
Justin,
for
you
the
require
match.
90.
2 darts at double 15. 3 from 15 on the outer ring. And he's decided to split. To
74.
go 14 double 8.
Alan, you require 60.
Interesting play that in this part of the match.
Yeah, well, he's going to only get 1 dart at a double going that way, so you might as well have the opportunity to have the 2.
40.
Alan misses 2, giving Justin a chance.
Justin, you require
at
60.
that double 8. 3 darts in hand to wrap the game up. 4 legs to
Game,
2, and
shot,
he finally
and the match.
gets over
Justin
the line.
Smith.
Justin Smith takes the victory. 4 legs to 2. He goes top of the table now on leg difference. Averages for the game: Justin Smith 77.60, Alan Tabern 79.22. It was a game that was offering, it was a game that was bubbling, but it didn't quite hit the full heights. But Justin Smith will be delighted when he looks at that league table. Plus 14 legs, 14 points. Justin Smith now becomes favourite for Group A.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series of darts. Well, that was match 2 completed. And my goodness, plenty of drama to discuss.
Exactly. Where do we begin? Have we got enough time to talk about it? It was just a bizarre game of darts, which Justin Smith would be happy to get over the line in the end at 3-0. He looked comfortable, perhaps was going to win it to zip. And then we had the bust, we had missed doubles, we had absolutely everything.
Yeah, mismatched darts. The average is well below both of them. Coming into today, Alan Tabern just shy of 85 for the opening 2 days of action. But Justin Smith was over 87, so 10 points below his running average, but that average affected by 13 missed darts at a double, and you could almost sense the pressure. You could feel it.
Yeah, and I felt if it went to a deciding leg, I think Alan probably would have nicked it. It was getting a little bit edgy towards the end. As I say, the bust made a big part of that. You could tell he's getting a bit edgy, a bit nervous. He knew what was happening.
Absolutely, and he knew he had the opportunity to top the table, which is exactly what he's done. On match one, on day one of this Group A, Justin Smith topped the table after winning the opening game 4-2. Well, 11 matches for him later, and he's back to the top of the table just by virtue of leg difference, as you can see, plus 14 for Justin Smith, plus 6 for Lisa Ashton. Everybody is sort of back in the mix, really.
Exactly. Graham Usher will be a very interested party now. It's a bit like a golfer at the end of the Masters or something like that. If you're going to be at the top of the leaderboard at one point, make sure it's in the clubhouse at the end of the final round. And Graham Usher may be hoping that might be the mantra. But Justin Smith, look at the legs difference, plus 14. That's effectively a bonus point for him.
Absolutely. That'll take some clawing back. Well, up next, James Richardson against Dan Reid. Dan Reid won both of their meetings on Monday and Tuesday. How do you see this one going?
I think it'll be a tight one. I think James has now had the overnight to kind of forget what happened yesterday. Dan Reid kind of got better as the day got on yesterday, and we were looking at his stats. He's kind of playing to his yearly average, isn't he? Around 86, 87.
Yeah.
So if he can play like that today, he's going to win more than he's going to lose.
Yeah, it's actually surprising how good his running average is, yet when you look at the results, they don't match up. OK, let's hand over to Charlie for match number 3.
Final game of the first round of matches this morning. After this, we're just seeing everyone for the first time on the day. We're going to get an opportunity to look at Dan Reid and the man, the nickname. Challenge Tour semi-finalist. Has won an ADC event recently as well, so has been in the winner's circle, as has James Richardson, the 48-year-old from Rushden. Recently won the Denmark Masters, which is a WDF gold-ranked event, which means we will see him
it's James to
later
throw
on
first.
in the year at the
Game
WDF
on.
World Championship. He has the throw in this game, which will be the advantage, but he doesn't have the advantage in the psychological sector.
100.
10 times these two have played each other, with Dan Reid taking 8 of those victories, including both the matches they've played already this week, 4-1 and 4-2, the victories for Dan Reid. He just seems to love playing James Richardson.
Well, that's
180.
incredible. That's left us speechless. That doesn't happen often.
I've put the microphone to the mouth
96.
about 4 or 5 times, trying to find the words. And that was a 180 as well. It didn't just go out and come back in
60.
again. It went out, came back in again in the treble 20. After
60.
James Richardson
James, you require
losing all 5 games
161.
yesterday, he must have been thinking what's happened to his luck. And then that has set him up perfectly for the rest of the day. And that set him up perfectly to win this leg.
123.
12 darts, leaving a double. Kind of forget about yesterday straight away when you can do that.
To be honest, I think it'd be like the rest of us, be wondering how
60.
that third dart
James,
went in
you
the board.
require 38.
So, does he split? Yes, he does. Double 16.
Game shot on the first
With the
leg.
luxury of time, he
James
might as well. And
Richardson.
it's a good start for James Richardson. You felt that after yesterday, he needed to get off to a good start, just to recapture his mojo.
Second leg, it's Dan
That'll
to throw
settle him in
first.
quite nicely, leading 1-0 against Dan Reid.
We know he's had this incredible ceiling for
95.
years. We saw that at the World Championship years ago against Raymond van Barneveld, when he put that 3-0 victory in against him there. We've seen signs of that this week when he had
45.
the 108.67 average, the best average of the week so far. And we've seen him produce these big stats so many times in these leagues.
41.
Well, for these two, it'll be about trying to force their way into third, which is
42.
going to be a difficult task. With Usher on 12, Smith 14, Ashton 14. You've just got to try and win as many games as you possibly can, and
95.
that you're forcing errors from your opponents or your rivals in the group.
180.
That's the second maximum. That time without any deflections, any bounce outs or anything else.
I've been banging on about it all week. James
60.
Richardson hits 180s, and that is his 19th 180 already this week.
80.
No, 19. No, 19.
$100. James, you require 154.
154 for breaker throw and 2-0 lead. Gonna leave it handy.
122.
Very handy. Upon his return, double 16. If this 110 doesn't go, James Richardson's gonna have an opportunity
42.
here to break the throw,
James, you require 32.
to open up an early 2-0 lead.
$16.
But
Dan, you require
the chance
68.
has come and gone. This is just for a hold. It'll feel like a break for Dan Reid.
64.
Because Richardson's been in control
James
with the leg.
requires
Reid's
60.
had 2 darts to win it, but he can't take it. And so Ruthless returns for double 8.
Game shot on the second leg.
And gets there
James
in
Richardson.
the end. 2 from 6 on the doubles for Richardson. But he has a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's James to throw first.
And suppose, no matter what the outcome is today, whether he gets in Group B or he has to return for the morning session,
83.
after yesterday, he'll be trying to build as much confidence as he possibly can, as early as he can.
I think Dan Reid needs to find that as well somewhere along the line
100.
here. He saw there just averaging 68 at the moment. He will get better, but the longer he stays down there, the
100.
more that pressure's going to build.
What's it Billie Jean King said? Pressure is a privilege.
59.
Just casting over the trebleless visits, comparing it to the tumbleless shots, and we've only got 2 scores over 100 at the moment
58.
for Dan Reid. So plenty of trebleless visits at the moment, which will not make him feel good. That sat good. That will feel good, that one.
100.
Able to follow that one in. Mentioned
68.
the 180s for James Richardson, 19 for the week. Compare that with Dan Reid. Dan Reid's had 6 180s. He could be about to be 7. It is 7. Time to perfection there for Dan Reid. His 7th 180 of the week, his first 180 of this match.
140.
James, that 140
Dan,
just as valuable
62.
to leave himself a 2 dart. 62 might need 3. He will need 3. He gets 1 dart. He's picked tops.
22.
He over pitches.
James, you require 52.
He was having difficulty on that target yesterday, but was helped out with his form on double 10.
James shot on the third
But he will not
leg.
be helped
James
out by a second
Richardson.
opportunity from James Richardson here. And he opens up a 3-0 lead. This is a good start to the day from Ruthless. An 88.4 average.
Fourth leg, it stands to
2
throw
maximums.
First. Game on.
And is nicely going about his business.
140.
Was caught the safety route on 52 after we saw from Justin Smith earlier going the 20 for double 16 and just slipping into the
81.
treble. We've seen that a few times over the years. Dirk van Dijvenbode a few years ago, if you remember, the 180 at the World Championship looking to set something up and slipped into the treble 20 and actually bust
140.
the 180 shot.
I passed both gentlemen on my way up to the studio to see Mace at the end of that game, and well, that time it doesn't go in the
120.
treble from James Richardson. You don't get that luck twice in a game.
I think if that happened again, I'd have just gone home. I'd have seen everything. Nothing left to see.
I'd probably need to lie down in a darkened room.
91.
But going back to that 52, them two were chatting on the way back to the practice room, and Jutta was very philosophical about it.
60. Dan, you require 130.
Suppose you can when you get the victory in the end.
Whenever you win, all the bad stuff doesn't matter no more.
51.
Soon all forgotten about. Dan Reid got a chance to get his first leg on the board in this game and his first leg on the board for the day. You don't want to be up there after a game or two
Daniel requires
looking for that
79.
first leg. In that first double of the day, he's a settler. He might not get a dart at it. He won't get a dart at it from 79.
30.
And he hasn't even set it up from 79 with 3 darts.
And suddenly Richardson could be back in play. If he can get another treble, he does.
123.
Because Dan
Daniel
Reid will
requires
have to
49.
spurn a dart. Tops.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
But this time he gets
Dan
it.
Reid.
He had an unfruitful relationship with it yesterday. He's rekindled the love for it today. Gets his first leg on the board, but Richardson
5th
here
leg, it's James
has
to throw
the darts
first.
in
Game
the
on.
5th to seal a 4-1 opening victory to his day.
140. 100.
I was having a chat with James this morning, and he's actually set up a little pot in the practice room, and basically him and the other players in this group are going to put all their
81.
use flights and stems and things like that, and they're going to give it away to a local darts academy, which I think is a great touch from all the players who are taking part in this group.
55.
It's one of the things about darts, isn't it? It's very communal from top to bottom.
100.
It's all about bringing that next generation through. We're seeing here at the Live League some fantastic young talents who are a la Micah
100.
Richards bursting onto the scene.
That the best example you could come up with?
It's still 10:30. I'm still
60.
trying to wake up.
James Richardson
100.
could get a match dart
James will
here
require
if he can find a treble
120.
20 with one of the first 2 darts. He does. Does he want to Justin Smith it? He's going to want to come round it. He does come round it. That could be awkward.
Game
But
shot.
it's not
and the
awkward for
match.
James Richardson, who can finally put away the Dan Reid voodoo doll. He gets a victory over Dan Reid at last. Dan Reid has won 8 out of their last 10 meetings. It is now 8 out of 11 because James Richardson takes this one 4-1 with a good performance, a 90.44 average. He adds to that 180 column, moving you up to 19 180s for the week, 2 in this game. Check out percentage of 50% with that high we just saw there for the match of 120. James Richardson, 4-1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and that completes the first cycle of matches. And James Richardson picks up his first win in 6, and it was a much-needed win, and it puts him back in the mix, possibly, of maybe just squeaking into Group B.
Possibly. I think a lot will depend on this game, which we'll talk about in a second. But for James, it was a good performance as well as a victory. Sometimes we talk about just getting a win no matter what. You'll be even more satisfied by the way he played. 90 average, decent doubling stats. Everything about it he will be pleased with. It's a good start to the day after yesterday.
Yeah, well, we touched on it at the top of the show about his doubling stats. Yesterday was down at 26%. And that was the cause of the problems and why he found himself at the foot of the table. Well, there are the stats. 90.44, 2 180s and 50% on the doubles. He plays to that level for the rest of the day. He could squeak possibly 3rd position.
Well, you're forcing someone to play very well against you to win, and that's all he's got to do. And he's, as we said yesterday at the end of the show, he's kind of on a free roll today. No one's really expecting him to finish top, get into the top 3 or anything like that. The only expectation is going to be upon himself, and the only pressure is going to be from himself. And so with that free roll, he can just relax a little bit and try and get as many wins as he can, and importantly, get the confidence up going into the next couple of days.
Absolutely, and prep himself for Thursday and Friday's action, no matter where he plays, whether it be in the morning session or the evening. Well, there's confirmation of James Richardson's win. He moved on to 8 points with Dan Reid, but a real opportunity here for Justin Smith to extend his lead by 2 points at the top of the table. And he faces Graham Usher, who he's had 2 wins so far over this week on Monday and Tuesday.
Exactly, and this is a pivotal game for both players for different circumstances. If you have a look at the table, obviously Smith top, but Usher can join that party as well, and that will make life very, very interesting going into the final finals of this group. It probably then settle the top 3, you'd say. It'd probably be V from them, and the others will then just be jostling for form going into Group C. There's a lot riding on this game for different reasons for all of the players.
Great for us, not for them. Well, let's join Charlie as we start match number 4 of 15.
Second round of fixtures begins, and we are going for a top of the table clash. Justin Smith currently top on leg difference over Lisa Ashton. 2 points clear of Graham Usher, who he plays in this game now, the 49-year-old from Scarborough. Could take the victory here and really tighten things up. I just keep casting my eye back to that legs difference column for Justin Smith. Plus 14
First leg, it's Graham to throw first.
could really
Game
come
on.
into play by the end of the day. Graham Usher with the advantage of throw, which will make him slight favourite with the bookmakers.
140.
But had that great performance in match 1 against Lisa Ashton. 4-3 win, coming back from 3-1 down.
81.
A 97.60 average for Graham Usher. But it was these double treble shots,
140.
the 140s. He hit 9 of them in that game, and he is carrying on in that vein, opening this game with 2 140s back to back.
100.
Which was Justin Smith's trademark yesterday.
Justin did exactly that, yeah, again with 9
100.
double treble combos. That's what Graham Usher's doing today, and he's going to need that just to get those extra couple of points he needs to
60.
put himself
Graham, you
in
require
contention for
121.
top in Group A.
Well, I mentioned
97.
upstairs with Chris, this is a game that could change the whole dynamic of what we're going to see for the rest of the day. If Graham Usher can win, we're probably looking at a 3-horse race for top spot, and probably
85.
the spots
Graham,
in
you
Group B and
require
Group C
24.
settled. If Justin Smith wins,
Game
then he's
shot
in a
on the
great
first
position
leg.
to
Graham
qualify
Usher.
through Group A, but Graham Usher is hoping that that's not the case. He opens up a 1-0 lead, holds the throw in the opener with a 13-dart leg, sets his stall out
Second leg, it's
accordingly.
Justin to throw first. Game on.
I mean, when we look at those first games, Justin Smith, 77.
60.
He bust the 52. He did not look comfortable. Graham Usher up at the 97. If we take that first
60.
game as an indication, and we give Graham Usher the advantage of throw, we are about to see Group A get very tight and tasty.
140.
Good for us. Good for you at home. Maybe you're tuning in to us from in the UK on Sporty Stuff TV, and on
60.
YouTube around the world. Thank you so much for your company on this Wednesday morning session. Reminder, this is the final session of Group A. We return
100.
tomorrow and Friday for Groups B and C. Group C in the morning, where 4th, 5th and 6th in this group will be joined
42.
alongside Carl Wilkinson, Martin Thomas and Reece Colley. And then in the evening session, 2nd and 3rd in this group will be joined by David Pallett, Jared
60.
Cole and Nick Kenny. The 3 players who get through that group would have had to have earned their spurs. As Usher
140.
piles
Justin,
in
you
his
require
3rd 140 of the
141.
match. Smith wants 141 to level us up. He's got 6 darts from here, but that's a disaster dart.
41.
Can only square it up to a ton.
59. Justin, you require 100.
We'll start on the 20s. Awkward. He's going to have to think. He's going to go tops, tops. He's got treble 16 as an option as well. He's gone for the ball.
95.
I think that is a miscount.
Graham, you require 140.
Well, and you look at the leave.
60. Justin, you
Graham
require
Usher
5.
is still an interested party. Justin Smith's just realised what he's done. The light bulb has gone off inside his head.
One.
It is not going for
Graham, you
Justin Smith
require
today. He has
80.
bust the 52. He tried to bust the 100.
Game shot on the
And
second
Graham
leg.
Usher
Graham
takes
Usher.
the leg. 80 finish, nice finish. Bosh, bosh, 2 darts. 100% on the doubles so far. But most importantly, that is a breaker throw from Graham Usher,
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first.
who has actually lost both of his games so far against Justin Smith and only has
100.
2 legs recorded over those 2 matches, so has already doubled his tally against Justin Smith.
60.
And we say these games hinge on one moment. That could be it. Graham Usher
98.
with an absolute steal in that last. Justin Smith was in cruise control of it. And then the miscalculation, followed by the
59.
misfire on the double 2, presented Usher with the opportunity. Took out the 18-2.
98.
Going to need to find his form and fast here, Justin Smith, before he gets in trouble and could potentially be looking at a big
100.
defeat. He's got a big leg cushion at the moment, but if he starts to lose 4-1, 4-0 in this one, that
43.
14 legs will soon get eaten into, especially when he's playing one of the players like Graham Usher, who's in that chasing pack for the top spot in Group A.
140.
Do you think Justin thought he had left going the route he did?
Oh, that's a 120.
60.
It's a 120.
Justin, you require 142.
Single 20 ball. He blocked the treble. I think if he worked it, he'd probably gone on the 18s because he seems to like the double 16.
102. Graham, you require 102.
Bull double
62.
15 would not
Justin, you
have been the
require
recommended
40.
route. On 80. Double 10 for the recommended route.
30.
40, but it's more
Graham, you
misses for
require
Justin.
40.
More frustration, and it could be about to get worse. If Graham can just come down,
No score.
not far enough.
Justin,
Pretty
you
well thrown
require
darts
10.
at double, but neither of them go in. And Smith decided to split for
Game
double
shot on
4.
the third leg.
And he will feel
Justin
a heck
Smith.
of a lot happier there. I think if Usher took out that tops, and that's a nice sign of respect, a nice sign of sportsmanship. The pair have played each other a lot here at the Super Series and its predecessor. Both get along with each
Fourth
other
leg,
quite
it's Justin
well.
to
So
throw
it's a lovely
first.
sign of respect
Game
there
on.
between the pair. And I think if Usher took that tops out, made it 3-0, you could tell that Justin Smith was
100.
getting more and more and more frustrated with himself following what happened in the leg prior.
81.
I think Usher may have been able to have run away into the sunset potentially for a 4-0 win. But now
97.
it's very much game on.
$99.
We sort of see from Graham at the back end of the games, he finds that extra gear when he comes into the final furlong.
134.
No doubt Graham will be wanting the extra couple of days off, coming all the way down from Scarborough. That's some mileage to get down here for this.
140. Justin, you require 170.
Justin Smith's already had one of these this week. He ain't going to add to the tally this time round.
And he's just offered an opportunity there for the breaker throw. Leaves himself on 129.
81. Justin, you require 129.
Possibly needs 2 trebles to the double. $72 the shot. Gone for a double-double.
93.
Sets up a single-double next time, but that is if 100. Graham Usher misses. That's a big if.
Game shot
it
on the
won't
fourth
be.
leg.
A 2-dart finish there for Graham Usher. He did this earlier in the game on the 80. Treble to double. Does it again there on the 100. He re-breaks the throw and takes a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw
his average
first.
up to
Game
86.
And he's just keeping Justin Smith at bay because that would have been interesting if it went to 2-2. When you consider all the factors in this game thus far.
100.
Those are the averages. 87.21 for Usher. 79.82 for Justin Smith. Yet to see a max
99.
in this match yet.
I think what will be concerning for Justin at the moment is the angle of the darts entering the board. They're not what we've been seeing the last couple of days. They don't seem to be entering the board very firmly at the moment, and they're going in quite loosely at an upward angle. And the stats game this morning, 77.6.
162.
Just as I'm saying that, setting up, he goes and hits a 3 treble combination. Brings a smile to Graham Usher's face.
130. Justin, you require
130 sets up double 16 for the match. If Justin can't take this, which he can't
58.
take from this
Graham,
point, so 3 match starts.
Game shot.
And he only needs 2. A 14-dart holder throw for Graham Usher. 4-1 victory over the tabletopper Justin Smith, which has just made things interesting, because now Justin Smith, Lisa Ashton and Graham Usher all sit on 14 points. Justin Smith still stays at the top because of that leg difference, but Graham Usher with a 90.18 average, 50% on his checkouts, has just made this group extremely interesting.
and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, that was match number 4, and it didn't disappoint for Graham Usher as he picks up another 2 points, and that makes 3 of them all on 14.
And we said that this game was going to be the one that completely changed the dynamic of the group, and it does now. But for Graham Usher, he gets a victory. It was a strange game, wasn't it? Some weird things going on throughout it, which is always absorbing for the viewer to watch. And, yeah, as you say, for Graham Usher, it's a big victory. Justin Smith would have sensed the opportunity, would have been able to have gone outright top of the group and has missed that chance. And now we're going to see how Lisa responds, but big victory for Graham.
Yeah, Justin out the door quicker than the Chelsea manager. Graham Usher, 90.18, the average. Very, very tidy indeed, and very much like James Richardson, well, identical to James Richardson. It was the doubling that was the difference, 50%, 4 from 8. And it is up next, Dan Reid against Lisa Ashton. We will have a quick look at the table after that win from Graham Usher. And just confirmation, there he is, 14 points alongside Lisa Ashton and Justin Smith. Lisa, of course, does have a game in hand, but this is a big game for Dan Reid as well, because, you know, he'll be looking at that and thinking, if I can get to 10 points, win my final 3, I might pinch a 3rd place.
Exactly. Force the issue of the guys in front of you. You know, he's a bit of a buffer, but if you keep winning games, you're applying pressure. But you've also got this dynamic now where you've got the 3 at the top end of the table and the 3 just below. Tabern's hit some form. Dan Reid's playing some good stuff. A really good performance from James Richardson. They could be spoilers for the 3 at the top, and they could dictate where this Group A title goes.
And one of them may wobble. Well, without further ado, as I said, it is Dan Reid against Lisa Ashton. It is 1 apiece in their previous meetings so far this week. I think Charlie's ready, so we'll hand over to him now.
Defeat in that last game for Justin Smith has opened the door for Lisa Ashton to get her position back at the top of the table, but she is going to need to take this victory here. Game in hand over Justin Smith and Graham Usher, who join her on 14 points. Dan Reid casting an eye up the group at the moment, seeing everyone beating each other, seeing an opportunity to try and maybe take that 2nd and 3rd space, get himself into Group B where the opportunity is 60%. Much better chance than going into Group C, where only 2 from 6 will prevail through to Saturday's
First leg,
final.
it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Lisa will be hoping to get herself into Saturday's final at the first time of asking, which will be from Group A. But she's going to need some more points on the board if she is going to do that.
61.
Both players lost their opening game of the day. Ashton going down 4-3 to an
85.
inspired Graham Usher. Despite taking the 3-1 lead in that one, Dan Reid with a rare defeat to James Richardson in his opening game of the day.
Big game for Lisa, this. Has lost each of her last 3.
140.
And now has plenty of company on 14 points, but because she had that buffer and because she had that cushion, she's got the opportunity to go outright top with victory against Dan Reid. But lose this game, it will be a very sticky wicket for Lisa. For the first time pretty much since Monday morning, she could well be the one chasing.
60.
I'm just looking for something that I can cling on to try and separate these two, but it's getting hard. It's 1 apiece on the head-to-head. Both games went 4-2. They both lost their opening games today.
90.
How can you separate 2 players when the stats seem to be identical?
81.
Is that
Daniel
purely the
requires
advantage of the
75.
throw, which we might see in this leg? Dan Reid on 75. Looking at going out in 15 if he hits double top.
55.
Lisa,
you require 141.
She's going to need 2 trebles to get a pop at the double. It'll be treble 20 with the first, which she does not find. So Dan Reid will come back with 3 darts in hand
57.
for double 10.
Dan, you require 20.
Solid opening leg. Can he finish it off on his favourite double, double 10, which has been a friend? He has to go up for double 5
Aim
now,
shot on the first leg.
which is
Dan Reid.
equally as friendly. Opens up a 1-0 lead on Lisa Ashton. A nice comfortable hold in the opener will make him
Second leg, it's
feel
Reese
the
to
world
throw
of good.
first. Game on.
tend to find if you've got a favourite double, you need to have a good favourable
96.
stat when it comes to those breakdowns. Many players like the double 16, but if you like the double 16, you're going to have to like the double 8 and the double 4.
180.
He's liking the treble bed at the minute. First max of the match.
140.
Nearly followed by the second.
We mentioned earlier that Lisa didn't get a maximum at all yesterday. And she got one in the opening game today. She did hit 5 180s on day 1. It is the lowest stat of anybody in this event so far.
86.
I wonder how much of that comes down to the size of those darts and how much room they actually take up in the bed.
100.
And most certainly the bulkiest dart out of the 6 players we're seeing in action.
87. Dan, you require 121.
This is for a break and a 2-0 lead. The bullseye
96.
not far away. That would have been for 12.
Lisa, you require
so Lisa
92.
to hold wants 92. Goes the bullseye route. Well thought out. One dart had the bullseye, if she can see it.
Game shot on the
what a
second
dart!
leg. Lisa Ashton.
That is absolutely stupendous from Lisa Ashton. Dart
Third leg, it's Dan to throw
the
first.
day.
Game on.
Perhaps dart of the week. The way the first dart lied,
100.
she was effectively blindfolded before she threw that third at the bull.
140.
Good standard of darts here. Dan Reid just a shy under the 101. Lisa Ashton 96.18. Good game of darts. Lisa did have a 50% checkout rate in her opening game
100.
today, which matched her day 1 checkout stats, which was incredible. 50% over the day, and that is why she topped the table at the end of day 1.
100.
Looks to be carrying on that form today. 50% in the opening game, and then that incredible bullseye to hold her throw in the last leg.
100.
Certainly bringing out the best in each other in this one. Both with plenty to play for. Dan Reid really
100.
finding his range now.
Lisa, you
Only averaged
require
80 in his opening
161.
game, but well up on this one, over the 100 mark. This could be a 168 to follow it.
136.
2 legs, 1 on the ball.
Dan, you require 101.
The darting 101. Treble 19. Double 12.
77.
To have
Lisa, you
responded to that
require 25.
previous leg in style, the 92. Ashton was 25. That's a nice marker.
9.
But it
Dan, you
doesn't
require
find its way the
24.
other side. And so Dan Reid returns for double 12. Now double 6.
12.
And that is now
Lisa,
1
you
from
require
8 on the
60.
outer ring for Dan the man. And Ashton can mop
Game
up
shot
by
on the third
hitting
leg. Lisa
double 8
Ashton.
with her 16th dart. Break a throw, 2-1 lead. And that could well be a massive moment in this match.
Fourth
a
leg, it's
massive
Lisa
moment
throw first.
potentially
Game on.
in this group.
It's interesting that last leg from Dan Reid, how little we
97.
see that. Where you go 100, 100, 100, and then take the 101. So it's a treble a throw, but we very, very rarely see that come through.
60.
As you can see, the checkout stats, 1 from 8 for Dan Reid, 2 from 5 for Lisa Ashton.
80.
If Dan is to lose this game, it will mathematically
140.
put him away from Saturday at the first bite. He's stuck on 8 points.
45.
3 games to go. 6 points available.
And realistically would seriously scupper his Group B
55.
hopes.
Sort of getting a couple of little mini battles going on in this group.
99.
And with the one spot that goes through and then the battle for other groups, as you say, the battle lines get drawn quite
100.
quickly on a Wednesday. Different rivalries tend to form, which is great for us to watch. It's great
60.
for the players because it
Dan, you require
keeps them with something to play for
146.
at every single juncture. So Ashton will return once in Shanghai for a 3-1 lead.
Lisa, you require 120.
Looking at the Shangers, 120 straight up the line. There's the treble, so it's a single for the double. Nice open bed.
100.
Comes low.
Dan, you require 86.
Gives Dan the opportunity at 86 to break the throw, get his throw back, level up the game. It's not the treble he wanted. He needs another one. He's gone for a double-double option there. Went double 17 tops.
66.
Came low, giving
Lisa, you
Lisa the
require
opportunity at double
20.
10. And one thing we've learnt this week is you don't give Lisa chances because
Game
she
shot
does
on the
that.
fourth leg.
She takes
Lisa
them out
Ashton.
in one dart there. Lisa Ashton takes out the double 10, confirms the breaker throw, and takes a 3-1 lead over Dan Reid.
Fifth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
He needs a lot, but the only advantage, well not advantage, but the only good thing that he'll think is at least he's got the
39.
throw in 2 of those 3 legs. He only has to break once.
Said, how do you split them? If we look at those averages, we don't split them. We look at previous form, we can't split them.
100.
The thing that is splitting these two players right now is timing.
When we look at the double stats, Dan Reid 1 from 8, 12.5% on
44.
the doubles. Lisa Ashton 3 from 7, 42.86%, as we can see on our screen now.
140.
That's Ashton's 3rd 140 of the match, and it puts her to within 261 points of the finishing line. But Dan Reid
135.
is not giving up without a fight.
We're sort of seeing here the story and the character of a world champion.
100.
She goes clear at the top, she gets reeled in, and then she finds an extra gear to put herself fighting back for that top position again.
81.
You are going to have peaks and
Lisa, you
troughs in this
require
format.
161.
Should be hoping to peak towards the end with a 161 to finish.
136.
What a way that would have been to have ended the match, and she didn't have to go for it with Dan Reid back on 202, but will return for 25 to seal a 4-1 victory.
60. Lisa, you
Take your
require
pick,
25.
Lisa. Which way we're going to go? There are 4 routes that players favour. There's now 5. She's gone for double 9, 3 for double 2.
21.
Comes low and gives Dan Reid
Dan,
a
you
chance
require
to keep this game
142.
going. Looking at a holder throw. 142 will not go. Just setting it up.
102.
Perfectly setting it up.
Lisa, you require
Lisa
4.
looking to wrap up this game on 2 twos.
Game,
And
shots,
that is 2
and the
twos
match.
for 2
Lisa
points for Lisa
Ashton.
Ashton, who regains her position back at the top of the table, and that leg difference will be helping out there as well with those +3 legs, reeling back in Justin Smith on those. An 89.67 average for Lisa Ashton. 4 out of 10 for the checkouts, giving her a 40%, which could have been higher, but a lot of darts at the bullseye there. 92 finish. That was an incredible dart at the ball early on. 4-1 for Lisa Ashton.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, that was match number 5. Up next, match number 6, where we'll complete the second cycle of matches. After this one, all the players with 3 to play, so a possible 6 points up for grabs. But it is Lisa that goes back top, Henry.
Indeed, and you felt that was a huge game for her. She lost her last 3, so she's got herself back in the winner's circle and back top of the group. Because of that brilliant one Monday, Tuesday, it's given her that opportunity when she had a little bit of a dip in form to still be in charge of the group, and that's what she is now. But she knows that that chasing pack alongside her, they're not going to make any slip-ups.
And it was a good performance as well. 89.67 the average for Lisa. 40% on the doubles, but the highlight, and it is the dart of... I know we've had a 170, but that was the dart of the week. She had to move so far left. She must have... Well, I'm not sure how much of the ball she could actually see.
I mean, the way that her darts are, the barrels are so big, so it completely obscures the bed. I said in commentary, it's almost as if you're throwing that dart blindfolded.
Absolutely.
There's no way she could have seen much of that dart.
There's confirmation of Lisa going back top, pulling 2 clear. Up next, it is Alan Tabern against James Richardson. 1-1 across the course of the opening 2 days. How do you see this one going?
I think James played really well in that first game, and I think that's possibly going to, be the thing that gets him over the line. He's got that confidence back. Yesterday wasn't his best day. He knows that. He's admitted that. But, you know, started off today well, and you know what it's like. Confidence carries you a long way in this game.
Yeah, confidence breeds confidence. So it is Alan Tabern against James Richardson. There with Charlie. They're up next.
Our second opportunity to cast an eye over both James Richardson and Alan Tabern. Alan Tabern, 55-year-old from St Helens, can still keep himself in the mix, certainly for Group B potential, sat on 10 points at the moment. Couple of wins could really start to make his day interesting. James Richardson, 48-year-old from Rushden, will not be able to qualify through this group, but could certainly put some form on the table. Lost all 5 of his games yesterday, but put that behind him very quickly in his opening game, getting a rare victory over Dan Reid with a big scoreline of 4-1. The 180s are back for James Richardson as well, hitting 2 of those in that game. And
First leg, it's Alan to throw first.
He
Game
starts
on.
to pound in those 180s, 19 so far this week. So that's one thing we can expect to keep an eye on, that 180 column. Expect to see some numbers going in there.
60.
One of the numbers that's been alarming, I think, for Alan this week, though, is on the outer ring.
Well, this is the
45.
baseball battle, if you will, in the group. You just get the sense that the top 3 may be settled.
100.
If someone is going to break the Ashton, Smith and Usher monopoly in the top 3, they're going to have to go perfect from here, you feel.
Well, Alan's sat on 10 points.
140.
And this is kind of a game in hand over those players at the top of the table, Graham Usher, Justin Smith and Lisa Ashton. So if Alan wins this, he puts himself
60.
in that position to be that player who could upset those top 3. But he has to win this game. Does have the advantage of the throw,
96.
which we could see come into play, especially if this goes all the way to 3-all, like it did the other day. 4-3,
45.
James Richardson taking the win. 4-2, Alan Tabern returning the favour. So they have potential to go the distance.
100.
I've only seen one game today so far go all the way. That was when Graham Usher beat Lisa Ashton 4-3, which is a contrast to yesterday, where it felt that pretty much every game was going
55.
the distance.
James, you require 120.
So, Shanghai for James Richardson for a breaker throw in this opening leg. That's a disaster dart into the single 1. But he's rectified and recovered
88.
decision, the first dart well. I'll get my teeth back in.
59.
Double 16 for James
you
Richardson.
require
3 in
32.
hand for the break of throw.
Game shown the
Only
first
needs the
leg.
1. First
James
start
Richardson.
straight in the double 16. Breaker throw for James Richardson. He keeps the stats up on the outer ring. He was 50% earlier in his match versus Dan Reid.
Second leg, it's James to throw first.
And he's 1 from
Game
1
on.
in his second game here with Alan Tabern.
$58. $80.
Alan again not striking us as a early morning man. Might need to get a cup of coffee going in the morning.
23.
Seems to take a game and a half to settle in to the action. First game today was a 4-2 defeat to Justin
100.
Smith with a 79 average. And he's down even further than that at the moment, just on a 69. James Richardson 79 average, more than enough at the moment to
134.
get that breaker throw.
And these are long sessions here.
40.
And you do know when you've done a week here, you have to put in the hard yards. And I think because they're long days, when you're in a situation where, depending on how he sees the situation in terms of getting into the top 3,
97.
if the adrenaline begins to wane a little bit, the tiredness can kick in.
Tiredness never kicks in when you're winning.
60.
Winners don't get tired. Losing gets tiresome. And both of these has had a couple of defeats. James Richardson currently propping up the table.
122. James required 132.
Alan Tabern lost 6, won 5. Giving him his 10 points. But this could be more points for James Richardson. We've seen the 132 go already this
62.
week. Dan Reid taking that out yesterday against Justin Smith.
Game
And
shot
he's
on the
changed
second
his
leg.
route. He must
Alan
have watched that
Tabern.
game back and listened to what we're saying about double 16's more profitable route. He didn't go 12 for tops. Tops has not worked for him all week. He's changed to the more
Third leg, it's Alan to throw
stat-suggested
first. Game
double
on.
16 and pings it with the first dart. Breaks the throw back. It's 1-1.
Sometimes we know what we're talking about.
60.
Someone does. We're just reading it out.
True.
But the stats are suggesting he
100.
prefers that side, which as a left-hander, you'd think would probably be quite a nice little section of the board.
Averaging 87 at the minute, James Richardson, but being
99.
pegged back to 1 apiece, courtesy of that double 16.
So we talk about
96.
tiredness, and it's easy to forget that Alan is now 55 years old. When you look at him, to
60.
be fair to him, he's aged quite well. He doesn't seem to have changed too much over the years.
100. $60.
One of the quirky things about Alan is he doesn't wear dart shirts. You notice every day, just a different coloured polo. Says he doesn't like wearing dart shirts.
23.
Certainly doesn't like having his name on them.
Dan Reid follows the same memo. In one of those sports-like polo shirts, a bit like what a golfer wears.
58.
I do often think when you're in these towns and these different places and you come across people that aren't as aware of darts as we are. And I remember walking through the streets of Wigan with Steve Hines,
46.
the Muffin Man.
Alan, you require
And
164.
he's got this big muffin on the back of his shirt. I'll just pause that for a second because the 164 was on.
96. James, you
And you
require
often think,
136.
what do people think when they see this guy walking down the road? Imagine someone in your town.
128.
James Richardson's tore the
Alan, you
dartboard and he's
require
in, take out the
68.
136. Tabern returns to 68, double 4, 2 in hand.
Game shot on the third
To open up
leg.
a 2-1
Alan
lead,
Tabern.
James Richardson won the opening leg against the darts. Tabern broke straight back, then held in the third. He leads 2-1, and James Richardson, after a
Fourth leg, it's
positive
James
start to the
throw
game,
first.
suddenly finds himself chasing.
57.
Allen's been struggling on the outer ring. He certainly did this morning, just 16% in his 4-2 defeat to Justin Smith. He's at 2 from 2 in this game, 100%. And it's interesting that he's done that, avoiding his favoured or chosen tops, which we have picked up on.
60.
Has been a bit of a problem.
$60. $140.
I've made a note here after the opening Alan Tabern game, and I think that still stands here.
140.
I've put that he hit 1 140, 2 180s, and 10 scores of 100. That power scoring is not quite there. Those hundreds are like jabs in this format. And
24.
he's jabbing again here. Needs to start landing some big blows. That last 140 was his first
60.
140 of the match so far. 3 legs in. Needs some haymakers. We know Richardson can find some 19 180s for the week. None in this match so far. There's plenty of time to go.
97. James, you require 80.
Average rising now for Tabern, but he's gone for that 2 double tops. He did this yesterday as well. 3 darts in hand.
60.
Found the first one, but couldn't follow
Alan,
it
you
in.
require 104.
Big opportunity for Alan. Needs 1 treble to give himself a shot at the double for a breaker throw, and that is the worst thing that could have happened.
Disaster dart.
A 5 or a 1 leaves him no finish, and that's what he's done, giving James the opportunity
72.
to hold his throw and level this back up at 2.
James, you require 20.
In this game of swings and roundabouts,
the
we
fourth
have
leg.
yet
James
another
Richardson.
turn. Richardson brings it back to 2-2. He won the first. Tabern won the 2 that followed. And now we are level at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg,
Tabern
it's
has
Alan
the
to
throw in the
first.
fifth.
Game on.
It's been a low-key affair, this.
41.
It's a game that if Tabern wins, as Matt's rightly mentioned, just keeps him in with a shout of the top 3.
57.
If he loses, I think from here, I don't know about you, but I'd say that the 3 players that will either win Group A and then subsequently the 2 below that go into Group B will be
54.
set.
It's looking that way. It would take so many different results. We'd need a couple of sheets of
81.
paper to try and work out all the different results that could happen if Alan loses this game. The top 3 does look set.
129.
That first start, when it falls below
42.
the wire, is not a nice lie for James Richardson. More often than not, he has to run for cover.
44.
After this,
60.
all players would have had 2 games for the day. Then we begin round 3. Graham Usher taking on Dan Reid. Richardson Smith, James Richardson, as Alan Tabern piles in the first max of the match to leave himself on 53 for a hold, 4-3-2.
100. Alan, you require 53.
To put himself 1 away and to possibly put himself in contention.
33.
But 2 darts at tops
James,
come
you
and go.
require 161.
You were talking about jabs and possible haymaker blows. Well, that would have put Tabern on the canvas
41.
if Richardson took out the
Alan, you
161.
require
But
20.
the Saint returns for double 10.
Game shot on
which
the
he
fifth
gets.
leg.
And he's on the
Tabern.
hill against James Richardson and on the verge of putting himself within 2 points of the top two. Oh, sorry, of 2 of the top 3.
Sixth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Leg difference is not in the favour, though, of Tabern, so it is going to have to be wins from
48.
here. Came into this game on a -5 leg difference. Graham Usher +4, Justin Smith +11, and Lisa +9. So
85.
it is more wins needed for Tabern, and also where they come from and what the score line is could also come into
80.
play.
Variables, variables, variables.
We have more questions than answers with 3 games to go.
That sounds like
60.
Liz Truss's first Prime Minister's question time, perhaps. That's as far as the politics we're going to go today. Don't worry about that, folks.
100.
Whether it's Tabern at the dispatch box at the
122.
minute. And he's beginning to ask serious questions of James Richardson, the opposition.
100. 134.
Eyes on the left hand of Alan Tabern.
$96. Alan, you
May
require
mean shortly I might have to go
100.
up to the back benches with Chris Mason. That's the end of the political jokes.
60.
To take
James, you
us
require
all the way.
77.
77, treble 19, double 10. 2 5s, last dart.
Game shot
And
the
it
sixth
goes
leg.
in.
James
Big
Richardson.
77 finish there for James Richardson. He takes us all the way in this one. 3 legs all, but the advantage of throw, which we alluded to at the very start,
7th and final
is
leg.
going to
It's
come
Alan
into
to throw
play.
first. Game on.
Alan throwing first for the match.
There's one word that describes that better than anything else, and that is clutch.
41.
And now James Richardson is going through the gears. He's in turbo drive.
180.
We said he likes a max. We said we expect him to fill up that column, and there he is, his 20th
42.
180 of the week. Biggest 180 hitter in this group.
And he may be
140.
racing away with this final leg. He's getting close towards the finishing line.
60.
Can he take the checkered flag?
He's turning into the final straight.
$93.
And Alan Tabern has been lapped in this leg.
96. James, you require
I suppose it would have been
88.
ironic if it was 66 that was left at this juncture, but 68 left. Double 4
84.
for what would have been a 12-dart breaker throw to win the match for James Richardson.
He will return, though. At the not good thinking there from Alan.
58.
Should have switched to the 18s,
James,
give
you
himself the
require
shot at the
4.
170. Instead, he's give James Richardson 6 darts minimum at double 2 for a 4-3 victory, and to get him off the bottom
score.
of the table. And he's hit under the bottom of that double 1.
Well, in that situation, it may not actually be the worst start in the world.
40.
Because Tabern wasn't on a finish, and he's only back on 164.
James, you require 4.
But this is a bit more messy than what James Richardson would have liked. Madhouse again.
Game,
But
shot,
it doesn't
and the
matter.
match.
James Richardson gets the victory. He is 2 from 2 on day 3 here in Group A. He gets the better of Alan Tabern 4-3. A game which could have consequences in the race for 3rd place. with an 80.5 average, 1 maximum, and 4 from 15 on the doubles. He'll have to sharpen up on that as the day goes on. That's the league table as we see it. Lisa Ashton, 16 points. Justin Smith, Graham Usher, both on 14. Richardson now on to 10. The players in 4th and 5th will need snookers from above to get into the top 3. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Graham Usher takes on Dan Reid.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is day 3 of Group A and another tight fought-out game, and that's pretty much at the end of the road for Tabern, you'd think.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the group settle now, aren't we? I think we've seen the top 3 now going to be battling for the honours, and then the other 3 will be jostling for form going into the next couple of days. But look at the statistics from that game. 4 from 15 on the doubles for James Richardson. That'll be something to improve upon. But the scoring phase of the game, I thought, was quite good for him, and he timed those scores as well to perfection in that last leg.
Especially in the decider where he popped in a 180 and backed it up with a 140. So we will have a quick look at what effect that has had on the table. And as you can see, James Richardson joins Tabern on 10 points. All the players with 3 more matches to play, so a possibility that Tabern and Richardson could join Ashton, who is currently on 16 points, but she is certainly not going to stay there, you would think. Well, up next it is Graham Usher against Dan Reid. Graham Usher has won his opening 2 matches of the day. He's 4-6 favourite going into this one, and that, for me, is a little big.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, possibly represents some value there on the markets. He's won each of his last 3, won the first 2 today, beat Lisa late yesterday, so he's one of the form men going into this final day.
And Dan Reid's only picked up 1 leg in each of his opening 2 matches today. The form line points massively towards Graham Usher.
Exactly, and towards the end of yesterday, Dan Reid looked as if he was picking up a little bit of momentum just overnight going into today. It hasn't quite happened yet, but we know what this format here at the Super Series can do. If you can find one good performance, it spurs you on for others, and that's what he's hoping for here.
Absolutely. So it is Graham Usher against Dan Reid. Charlie Kostefin taking you through the action.
Graham Usher fighting for top spot in this group, and he has certainly found top form today. 2 games so far and won both of them, both with 90+ averages and 97 in his 4-3 comeback victory over Lisa Ashton, and a 90 in his victory over the then table topper Justin Smith. Very good on the outer ring, averaging 45% on there. If he keeps that going, Dan Reid's going to have to find something he hasn't found today.
First leg, it's Graham to throw first.
Opening games.
Game on.
James Richardson and Lisa Ashton taking victories against him so far. But we talk about the group and
41.
the table. And James Richardson could start sneaking up that table and stealing one of these positions. If we look at James Richardson's last games, he will be playing
41.
Justin Smith, Lisa Ashton and Graham Usher. Those 3 players that are in those top 3 positions, James Richardson needs to play them all. Which means fate could be in his own hands at some point. He will certainly be hoping Dan Reid can do him a favour here and take points off of Graham Usher.
80. 100.
Now, I'm sure before I've come down into the comms booth, you've mentioned the pattern of play with these 2 gentlemen.
46.
I haven't at this point. Interesting pattern. Graham Usher has this pattern against 2 players, actually, Justin Smith and Dan Reid, which is a win-lose, win-lose, win-lose record.
60.
Graham Usher hit his 9 darter in this competition against Dan Reid,
140.
the champion of champions. Incredibly, after something like 1,700 matches, that was Charlie Corsafe's first 9 darter as a referee hit. 64 left for Usher. Decides to go treble 16 double 8 with Reid all the way back on 214. He had the luxury of time there. Both players waiting to get out of 5th gear.
134. Graham, you require 60. Game shot
throw,
on the first
and it is a holder throw.
Graham
1
Usher.
dart at the double 8 there was enough for Graham Usher to seal that leg in 19 darts. Take the opening leg with
Second
the throw.
leg, it's Dan to throw
1-0
first.
to Graham Usher.
But that
174.
is some way to respond with a Dundas.
180.
Carry on like this, fellas. Carry on like this. Hello.
140.
Response was the word you said there, which we needed to see from Dan Reid after losing his first 2 games and losing the opening leg in this match.
60.
He's only got 2 legs on the board for the day so far, and this is how you respond. Again, straight back in that treble bed. Gonna leave it handy after just 9 darts. Perfect response from Dan Reid. Plenty of character.
121. Dan,
What
you
a leg
require
from both.
47.
4 and 11. Tops.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
excellent.
Dan Reid.
Absolutely excellent from Dan Reid. To bring himself level. What a leg that was.
11 darter from Dan Reid matches
Third leg, it's
the
Graham to
best
throw
leg
first.
of the
Game
week
on.
so far, which is an 11 darter. We have seen it 5 times, twice from Alan Tabern, twice from James Richardson,
83.
and once from Lisa Ashton. Good game brewing here, though. Dan Reid, with that 11 dart leg, bumps his average up to a 95.38.
42.
Graham Usher, 91.45.
Wouldn't want to be
59.
going up against that at Super League, would you?
$96.
Turning on here on the Super Series stage, and you can come and join the Darty Party on Saturday night
45.
here on the wonderful South Coast. Tickets are available. Head over to dartshop.tv, where you can find out how to
85.
obtain them and come down and join the fun. Join the crowd, join the spectacle.
140.
And hopefully we'll be treated to a number of games like this, because this is good.
140.
This is fun to watch. This is fun to commentate on from our perspective.
100. Dan, you require 138.
Clipping along at a good pace, this one. Dan Reid visibly quicker in this game.
98.
And it's certainly working for
Graham,
him.
you
His best
require
performance of the day
74.
so far. But Graham, 74 to hold the throw. He's got 2 darts, 1 dart left at double 8.
58.
And offers Dan
Dan, you
Reid the
require
opportunity
40.
to break the throw and to really shake up this entire
Aim shot
group.
on the third
And he
leg.
pings
Dan
tops
Reid.
again with the first dart. 2 darts at tops, 2 darts hit, 2 legs on the board, 1 break of throw.
We were mentioning
leg, it stands
yesterday
to
how
throw
that
first.
double was a demon for Dan Reid. Sometimes overnight things can just change, and doubles that were foes can be
100.
friends, and such it can be the other way round as well.
100.
Touched upon it a bit yesterday, but when you've played the morning session, how would you map the day out? Do you have a little practice in the evening after a bit of time away? How do you
100.
acclimatise to that post-period come about 2 after 2?
I think everybody has
41.
different routines, but I would certainly not recommend practicing in the evening. You've done plenty of practice in the practice room. You've had all your
97.
matches. You're certainly not going to get anything from an extra hour on the board in the evening. That tick over action, that tick over time could
85.
be more of a foe than a friend. Like with everything, we need our rest.
A lot of pros like yourself
100.
mention good habits.
Creatures of habit, aren't we? We're like
130.
routines.
Dan, you require 104.
Routines are good. This 104 would be good for Dan Reid.
88.
Leaves it handy.
Graham, you
He'll be
require
expecting to come back at
145.
145. He will be coming back at 145. This is for a holder throw. Confirm the
95.
break.
Dan, you require
Goes
16.
3-1 ahead.
That's awkward. He's only got the bottom corner to aim at,
8. Graham, you
but he
require
couldn't get it over the
50.
darting wall.
Game shot on
And
the
Graham
fourth
Usher
leg.
mops up.
Graham Usher.
Gets the break back. It's 2 apiece. And Dan Reid had an opportunity there to go 3-1 up, 2 legs clear, with 1 left to win.
5th leg, it's Graham
3
to
clear
throw
darts
first.
and it had an
Game
open
on.
bed. But that first dart laid so awkwardly that the bed was obscured. There's no obscurity about that.
180.
Graham Usher's second of the match. The second to kick off a leg with as well.
140.
And his 4th 180 of the day. Averages are good in this
100.
one. 92, 52 for Graham Usher, 93.45 for Dan Reid. A good battle of 2 players hitting form. 2 players
100.
playing above their weekly stats and averages at the moment.
Indeed they are.
But this has been
60.
Graham's averages for today. All of his stats so far over the 90. A 97.60 against Lisa Ashton. A 90.18 against Justin
55.
Smith.
Graham, you require 161.
161. It's got 6 at it, so he didn't have to go for the bullseye if he didn't want to. Doesn't have to cross that bridge.
43.
Down for the bull. To leave 118. Perfect first dart.
174. Graham,
And
you
another
require
done that
118.
for Dan Reid. That's his second of the game. Double done that.
21. Dan, you require 32.
One dart left in hand.
16.
Offers Graham Usher the opportunity, and for the second leg
Graham,
in a
you
row,
require
Dan Reid
97.
misses 3 darts at a double. He has been vocal about that being his Achilles heel. And Graham Usher compound the misery. Double 10.
87.
Gives Dan Reid a second bite.
Dan, you
at
require
this
60.
double 8.
Well, Dan Reid's game could be defined by this double. Missed 3 in hand at this in the last leg. That's his 3rd miss, 4th miss. This time inside to
12.
double 4. That also goes inside. Dan
Graham, you
Reid could have
require
won this
10.
game by now.
No score.
But Usher cannot
Dan, you
punish.
require 4. Game show on the 5th
Finally
leg.
wraps
Dan
up the
Reid.
leg. Finally gets the breaker throw. And it is 3-2 to Dan Reid. And we said a second ago that Dan Reid
6th leg,
has
it's
been
Dan to
vocal
throw
and spoke about
first.
the fact
Game
he
on.
feels the doubles are his problem. And you tend to find when you strongly believe something, you're right. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you are
119.
right. And I think that's what we're seeing a little bit here with Dan Reid. 25% in his first game, 12% in his second game, and just 23% on the doubles. 3 out of 13 in this one.
120.
Perhaps no surprise that this is a close game. Having a look at their
100.
year averages on the Challenge Tour. Graham Usher with a yearly average of 86.9. Dan Reid 86.4. Usher actually out of the 6 players in this group actually has the
81.
highest Challenge Tour yearly average. So we knew that the matchup on paper was going to be close. It's come
60.
to fruition in reality. But Dan Reid is 181 points away from sealing victory. And what a first start that is. What a guide it was.
141.
That's an excellent visit. Leaves tops after 12. He has really pushed towards the finishing line.
140. Dan, you require
Well, there's
40.
nothing Graham can do now but stand back and hope that Dan Reid continues to miss on the outer ring. Match darts here for Dan Reid. 1 more to go.
No score.
He will need more.
Graham, you
Graham Usher,
require
though,
141.
141. Needs 2 trebles to even get a go, which he will not find on this occasion. So he's got to set it up and hope
82.
that Dan Reid does what he
Dan,
did in
you
the last leg.
require
We took him
40.
8 darts to go out. And they are counting up.
Game,
And
shot,
that is
and
counting
match.
in.
Dan
Tops
Reid.
for Dan Reid. Seals the victory. 4 legs to 2 against Graham Usher. Interesting game. That was a bit to and fro. 87.54 the average there for Dan Reid, taking out Graham Usher. 84.27. The checkouts, though, was the interesting fact. 4 out of 18 for Dan Reid, which has made the table look a little bit interesting. We said at the start of that game that if Dan Reid can take this one, we could start to see James Richardson, although he's bottom of the table at the moment, start to cause a bit of a stir, because his games will be against Graham Usher, Justin Smith and Lisa Ashton. Dan Reid could have just shook up Group A little bit further.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and that's why the bookie has a Bentley and I have a BMX. Got that one completely wrong, pal.
Exactly, and yeah, an excellent result for Dan Reid, but we were just mentioning before coming on, it was a really, really strange game, wasn't it? It toed and froed, and you thought that at one point Graham would get the victory, then Dan Reid claws his way back. Dan Reid misses darts at doubles, and yeah, it was a bit of a head-scratcher, but it's a good 2 points for Dan Reid.
Yeah, missed doubles was his downfall. Let's have a look at the updated table. And as you can see, Dan Reid moves on to 10 points, separated from James Richardson by the superior leg difference, but a real big game coming up next for Justin Smith. His opportunity to join Lisa on 16 points, and this is a match that's fraught with danger for Justin Smith, because if James Richardson gets the wind in his sails, he can go up there and produce absolutely anything.
We said that these three players at the bottom of the group can really upset it for the top three, especially...
Spoilers.
Exactly, especially, you know, the former guy James has been in. But Justin Smith knows that he's almost got this bonus point with the legs difference column. So he knows if he wins every game, barring anything spectacular, he should go through. But then sometimes that can go the other way, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to this one. It's got a fascinating twist to it on Monday and Tuesday. It's one win apiece between the two. Let's join Charlie Colstefine on stage.
If there's a game that is set up to explode, if there's a game that could give us fireworks, it is this one. James Richardson and Justin Smith. Two players that when they get into that rhythm and routine can hit big, scary stuff. James Richardson, a power hitter on the 180s. Justin Smith, a power hitter on the 140s this week. They did treat us to that game on day one, 108.67, the winning average for James Richardson against Justin Smith.
It's Justin to throw
he was
first.
just shy of 100 himself.
Game on.
With a 99.89. The bookies can't split them, we can't split them. The head-to-head stats don't split them for the week. One leg apiece. 4-1, the scoreline in favour of Justin Smith. 4-3, the scoreline in favour for James Richardson when they served up that classic on Monday. What a big game in terms of the league table.
121.
Justin Smith hasn't been at his very best today. Will be, just like Dan Reid, looking for something to get his day up and running. But he could regain that top position if he can get the 2 points here against James Richardson.
And I mentioned upstairs with Mace how his leg difference is like a bonus point.
60.
So you'd think if he can win everything from here, he'll be the man that will top the pile in Group A. Of course, easier said than done. But he has the advantage of throw in this particular match. And in this opening leg is putting it to good enough use.
We did see, though, in that last game with James Richardson and Alan Tabern, that advantage of throw was soon taken away.
58.
James Richardson with a very big, inspired last leg with that 140 and 180.
100.
It's looking good for a older throw for Justin Smith here. Leaves himself a nice little two-darter.
60.
Should guarantee himself a dart at the double here. Although we say that and he busts that 52 this morning. We'll get a dart again here, double four.
60.
Just checking it was in there. It was a bit tight to the wire. He's got these black points as well. Just camouflaged into the board slightly there.
And it suddenly becomes awkward for Justin
93.
Smith. Especially now, because double two is not a nice place to go. Especially after those first two darts. He's had to move all the way across the hockey.
No score.
And that was unlucky.
James, you require
and
40.
James Richardson, who looked down and out in this leg, will pinch it for a break of throw. And you could see what Justin Smith made of that. He was not happy. He went straight back to the table. Comes back to recompose himself.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
James not liking the way that one was in the board. We saw that
97.
incredible 180 earlier where the dart went in, out and in again. It's the first time I've
59.
seen a player throw 4 treble 20s in one visit.
$140.
I'm sure James would have tried to claim the 240 points as well.
100.
Is there any quadro tournaments around these days?
I haven't seen
100.
that board for many a years.
Let's get the International Quadro Championships
45.
up and running,
James, you
maybe.
require 164.
Make some interesting counting decisions, wasn't it? This is good counting from James. Leaves the ball. The 164. It's a
131.
nice route to go, that one. It allows him to throw 2 darts at the same treble, especially the way his darts sit in the board. If he can get the first dart sat nicely.
We checked James's last score was 131. 100.
Just double checking the scores here. So just a quick check of that. So it gives us a little bit of
James, you require
we will
33.
persevere with James Richardson and his attempts at double 16. Now double 8.
25.
Both the other side. He will come back. James went straight out to the hockey. I was surprised he didn't actually just step back for a second.
100.
He will return for double
James, you
4.
require 8.
A clean slate, a clean bed.
Game shot
And
on
the second leg
leg.
run.
James Richardson.
He backs up the break with a hole. It's 2-0 to James Richardson. And there will be some perked up ears in the practice room because Justin Smith, the man who
Third
could go
leg, it's
top of the
Justin to
pile
throw
with victory
first.
in this match, finds himself in peril.
100.
Just not enjoying himself today, is he? He's losing the lie. The darts are going in at a strange, funny angle. And the stats are showing that as well.
46.
Running at a high 70 for the day, which is not Justin Smith-esque.
140.
First 140 of the game there for Justin
41.
Smith. That is when he's on song, he finds a lot of 140s. Really fills that column, but again, losing that lie.
41.
James Richardson only averaging 77, but he's having a lot his own way in this game at the moment.
80. 100.
If you look at Justin's body language, he looks like a player who has something to play for, has that pressure on his shoulders.
123.
He has some weight, has some
Justin,
baggage on him.
require 120. 54.
Looking like a guy who's anticipating defeat rather than trying to win.
135. Justin, you require 66.
This could be awkward. You might only get 1 dart here. He is only going to get 1 dart. It's at 18s.
48.
And that is low again and
James,
again.
you
The
require
angle of the dart,
76.
not the normal you expect from Justin Smith. James Richardson can step in for a second breaker throw. 1 dart at tops
Game
is
shot on the
all
third
he
leg.
needs. It
James
is 3-0 to
Richardson.
James Richardson. A lovely 76 finish there for James. It's a second breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. Justin Smith's
Fourth leg,
in
it's
big
James to
trouble
throw
here, and
first.
this
Game on.
defeat, if this goes in with a holder throw, will really eat into his big leg difference that he holds.
It's not just that, it's going to be the psychological
140.
effect. Because for Ashton and Usher, it'll make them feel $1 million. For Justin Smith, the manner of this defeat, more than just the defeat itself, will bring him crashing straight back down to earth.
80.
I mentioned the league table and I said James Richardson could be the big spoiler If he takes a 4-0 here, his leg difference is going to come a little bit more back to that 0 mark.
140.
And he's still got all the top players in this league group to play yet. It could be in his hands come the end of the day to get himself
26.
in that Group B position and have that favourable group where we'll see 3 players go through from 5.
Well, that first start was favourable for Justin Smith. It saw 2 more go alongside it for the first maximum of the match. It may save the match from his perspective.
140.
As Richardson then cracks in
86.
at 140. Double 16.
Justin
and
Smith.
That is 5 perfect darts for Justin Smith. 1 in 11 darts. His first leg on the board.
5th leg, it's Justin
Has
to
he
throw
just
first.
found
Game
something
on.
here? The average has gone up by about 9 points in the space of just over a leg.
41.
Welcome to Wednesday, Justin Smith. Could be goodbye to Wednesday for Justin Smith with that 140 from James Richardson. Instantly gets 100 points advantage.
60.
Plus these. He had a big leg against the throw to win the last game against Alan Tabern.
100.
Which had a 140 and a 180 in there. 180 is what Justin Smith needs here.
81.
And that makes things awkward. Forces him to need an extra treble to be able to leave a finish. So James Richardson, big
60.
favourite from this point. 118 points clear.
100. 100.
Nice leg from James, leaves himself 101 after 12 darts.
140. James, you require 101.
This is for the match. 101. There's the treble, which is his double of choice. It is tops.
81.
He's come low, giving Justin
Justin,
Smith the
you
opportunity to hold his
79.
throw at 79.
Last chance saloon for the Bearded Dragon. 1 dart at tops.
59.
Drags low. And so Richardson returns
Danger
for a
required,
4-1
20.
victory to scupper the Welshman's chances of going
Game,
through.
shots,
And James
the match.
Richardson is
James
finding
Richardson.
a purple patch on Wednesday here, the Super Series. He beats Justin Smith by 4 legs to 1. That puts him on double digits. Every player now on at least 10 points in the group. These are the match stats, an 87.44 average. 4 for 9 on the checkouts, a high out of 76. So James Richardson, a victor here by 4 legs to 1. That's what it does to the table. Lisa Ashton now outright out at tops, 16 points and 12. She can now go 4 points clear after 13 games, effectively put her onto group topping point if she can win against Alan Tabern up next. That's our next match. We'll see you for it after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, we're getting to the business end of this Group A, and that was a big win for James Richardson, but a crushing defeat for Justin Smith.
Advantage Lisa Ashton now, but a big victory, as you say, for James Richardson. It just gives him a little bit of a shout now, doesn't it, to get into that Group B, that favourable Group B, where 3 from 5 go through.
And it's on the night time,
exactly,
which is more suiting to
and
a dart player.
he's got the confidence now going into these last 2 games. He's probably feeling the best out of the 6 players at the minute.
Absolutely. 87.44 there, the average for James Richardson. Very tidy indeed. 4 out of 9 on the doubles, 44%, and a key 76 checkout. So let's have a look at the table and see what that result has for James Richardson, and he is on 12 points. As you can see, just 2 adrift of Usher and Smith now, but Lisa Ashton, with a game in hand, can stretch 4 points clear, and she's up next against Alan Tabern, but she's not had a win over Alan this week.
Exactly. Every single narrative is in the book, isn't it, in this one? It is effectively Group point now, isn't it?
Yeah, she's favourite to win the match, despite not getting a win over Tabs so far this week. He's even money. Where would you have your 50 pence?
Usually firmly in the pocket.
Splinters again.
But if you're going to force me, I'd go Ashton, but I'm probably going 4-3.
Right, OK. Well, Charlie's ready. I'm ready. Let's get on with the next match.
Alan Tabern's Group A fate has been decided already, but Lisa Ashton, the 52-year-old from Bolton, her fate is still to be decided yet. She'll be hoping to win Group A, put herself directly through to Saturday's final, and have a couple of days off on Thursday and Friday. Looking like Group C could be the option here for Alan Tabern. Group C will be taking place on Thursday and Friday morning from 9:30. But when we look at
first leg, it's Lisa to throw first.
For today,
game on.
Alan has not found his best. Played better in that last game with James Richardson, but an inspired
60.
leg from James Richardson kept Alan away from the winner's enclosure.
60.
Lisa Ashton opened the day 3-1 up on Graham Usher, but was pegged back 4-3. Graham Usher taking the victory.
58.
And then she followed that up with a victory of her own. 4-1 victory over Dan Reid. Lisa's big telling factor, though, today has been those finishers.
60.
45% on the double ring for the day. She's 50% on day 1 when she was topping the group. So she's certainly
90.
found the part of her game that was making her a winner on the opening day.
Win and you're in territory
60.
for Lisa Ashton. Victory in this match would put her 4 points clear, with all of her opponents only having 4 points left to play for.
180.
And she's going about her business nicely.
84. Lisa, you require 113.
113 for the opening leg. For a comfortable hold of throw. 74 left, so going over to treble 14.
66.
Big difference in the scores there. Aided by that 180, a second one of the day. She didn't find a 180 at all
100.
yesterday.
Lisa, you
She's found
require
2
47.
already today. She'll be hoping to do this in 2 darts.
Game
And
shot
she
on the
does
first
do
leg.
it in 2
Lisa
darts.
Ashton.
Lisa Ashton takes the opening leg, 47 finish, 15 double 16. That is a hold of throw, and a very welcome hold of throw, as she
Second
is
leg, it's Alan to
desperate
throw first.
for points.
Out of the 6 players in this group, would you say Lisa's the best combination finisher in around that range?
We've certainly
43.
seen that when she struggles, it's when she's got 3 darts in hand. Those combination shots seem to be the thing that is getting her these wins. She seems very...
100.
I was going to say ruthless, but we haven't got James Richardson on stage.
Are we playing bingo again?
60. 96.
It's interesting. Last time Alan was on stage, we was talking about all different factors that may come into play.
59.
Fatigue, age. He is the oldest player in the group. And it does look like a little bit of fatigue is kicking in here on day 3. We've seen nowhere near the best of Alan Tabern. The best he can do so far is land a load of jabs with those 100 scores.
86.
He's really, really lacking in the department of double treble combos. And Lisa will take
100.
full advantage of that.
$97.
Well,
Lisa,
Paul
you
Hinks
require
isn't here,
127.
but we've got his favourite shot.
88. Alan, you require 156.
But it won't go this time, leaving 39.
140. Lisa, you
39 for
require
2-0 lead.
39.
Break her throw, and to put her halfway towards the finishing
Inch
line,
on
not
the
just in
second
this
leg.
game, but in
Lisa
this group.
Ashton.
The Lancashire Rose is making a march.
One of the
Third leg, it's
interesting
Lisa
things
to throw
is
first.
Lisa's
Game
doubling
on.
stats are so strong, but she's actually thrown quite a lot of these darts at the bull. She doesn't shy
100.
away from a bullseye opportunity, and rightly so, when early she took that 92 when she had to go all the way to Southampton to throw the dart.
100. $58.
87, the average for Lisa Ashton.
82.
More than enough at the moment. Alan Tabern way back on the 79.31, meaning Lisa is 3 darts better off at the
100.
moment. And that is shown in the scoreline as well. 2-0 the scoreline.
100.
And just when Alan Tabern thought that he may put himself in a position to get a leg back against the darts, Lisa Ashton
99.
piles in that
Lisa,
2
you
treble
require
visit.
109.
And he's 109 after 12. To go within 1 leg. Double 16.
77. Alan, you
It wasn't
require
far away.
120.
We know where Alan Tabern's going to be. He's going to be all over the 20s. Now to the top
Game
part of
shot
the
on the
bed.
third leg.
And it is a Shanghai
Tabern.
for Alan Tabern to get the break back, to reduce the arrears, half it to 2-1. And he has the throw in the 4th. Lisa Ashton,
Fourth leg,
who
it's Alan
with
to throw
victory
first.
will
Game on.
effectively put herself in a position to qualify. Still has work to do here. And you know one thing
60.
about Alan Tabern, there's no quitting him.
I think evidence as well that Lisa Ashton does not have a magnet in that double 16 there.
60.
Just wiring that double 16. She's really favoured that part of the board all week.
That first dart was perfect. It was only going to lead to one thing, and that was a max. Both averaging 88.33 here.
60.
Bit of an advantage there as well with the flight just popping out. Just a little bit less on the deflection.
64.
Opens the bed up a little bit, less flight to manoeuvre around. If you could take the flight out after every dart landed, that'd be a great
140.
addition to darts. We'd see a lot more 180s.
Although, counterintuitively, it would slow the
97.
game down.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't suit your rhythm players.
Oh, no.
Good leg here, though, from Alan.
91. Alan,
Leaves
you
himself
require
100. He's just took the
100.
120, so he's got the same thing, but without the single. Should set this up
60.
nicely. We've seen Lisa in
Lisa,
this
you
position
require
before, though.
150.
Opponent sat on a double, and she just pings the 150. She won't do it this time. just seen Tabern take out tops.
90.
One dart a double so
Alan, you
far and hit
require
it.
40. Game
He's
shot
had
on the
2
fourth
darts at a
leg.
double
Alan
and
Tabern.
hit it. 100% on the doubles for Alan Tabern, and he is warming to the task. His average is rising. He is up now to nearly an 87.
It's Lisa to throw
Lisa Ashton
first.
pushing
Game
the
on.
90. This is a good game of darts from the local Lancashire derby.
60.
I know you're a big believer in patterns of play. Alan Tabern's won both the meetings between this pair this week.
60.
He's halfway towards a hat-trick. Something which would very much please Messrs Smith and Usher.
100.
We're getting to that point as well where we need to rename the hat-trick to the Haaland.
100.
Been reliably informed it's Haaland, but us English football commentators, we're a bit lazy.
60. 59.
Getting into that nervy point of the game here. Both players on the 280 mark after 9.
31.
Lisa losing the line, offering Alan Tabern the chance to break the throw, to really shake things up. I'm keeping my eye on James Richardson. He could really come and spoil this party.
He's the form player, and he knows with a couple of victories he could just
100.
pop himself potentially into that third and final spot in Group B.
We've seen a slip from Justin Smith.
110.
A slip here from
Lisa,
Lisa
require
Ashton.
150.
Seems to like leaving this 150. If we see a slip here from Lisa Ashton, Alan Tabern takes this win.
50. Alan, you
My
require
eyes are going to
32.
turn to James Richardson. His next game will be against Lisa Ashton.
1 dart left,
No score.
but it goes the other side.
Lisa,
We'll
you
have to go
require
again
100.
if he comes back. Ashton returns to a ton. Chops. Goes above and just underneath. And Alan Tabern, who
40.
was
Alan, you require
2-0
32.
down in this game, faced a dart to go 3-0 down, has missed his opportunity to hit the front.
24.
So Ashton returns. I don't think she
Lisa,
would have
you
thought she
require
would have got
60.
this opportunity about 6 darts ago after 21. Well, that's a disaster dart. Only 1 at tops this time.
Game shot
Only
on the fifth
needs 1 at
leg.
tops.
Lisa
And
Ashton.
Lisa Ashton is on the hill. She is 1 leg away from victory. 1 leg away from effectively securing her place
Sixth
in
leg, it's Alan
Saturday
to throw
night's
first.
finale
Game on.
in front of a crowd here in Portsmouth.
Could almost hear Tabern's voice there. Saying, oh no, that's not in.
100.
Please tell me that's not in. Stood in front of him a few times. Taking out a finish like that. When you stole a leg
100.
off him. He just stands in disbelief.
60.
His cheeky Alan Tabern smile. He might not be smiling in about 12 darts time.
100.
An improved performance here from Alan, but at the moment, not enough to put the scoreboard in his favour.
40.
That's unlucky. But with Lisa Ashton, this is the world champion mentality coming into play. She knew what was at stake in this game,
100.
and she seems to be finding a way to get towards the finishing line.
40.
Winners win is the simplest answer to that one. And it looks like she's closing in on the finishing line in this one.
88.
Alan needs some inspired darts with these 3. There's 1. There's 2.
140.
That will do.
Lisa, you
Gives himself
require
an opportunity there
130.
if Lisa misses out on this 113. These are match darts. She does miss
81.
recovers the
Alan, you require
situation.
121.
And Alan's done exactly the same thing. Killed the finish with the first dart.
53.
And
Lisa,
so
you
for the
require
match,
32. Game,
and the
shots,
Lancashire
and the
Mode
match.
rises
Lisa
to
Ashton.
the occasion. Lisa Ashton is top of Group A, beating Alan Tabern by 4 legs to 2 with an 83.26 average, 4 from 7 on the checkouts. That equates to 57%, a high out of 60. And when we return after the break, well, let's have a quick check then of the league table. She is top of the pile going into the final 2 rounds of matches. She's effectively through, but things could change. You sense that she's in a really strong position to qualify. Justin Smith, Graham Usher, 2nd and 3rd. They need to win both of their matches to progress. James Richardson, Dan Reid and Alan Tabern are making up the bottom 3 of the table. Matt Edgar's running up to the punditry studio to join Chris Mason. We'll gather their thoughts after this short break.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're getting to the business end of this Group A. The final 5 or 6 matches await. And what a performance that was from Lisa. She looked like she was going to just run away with the match. 2-0 up, looking comfortable. Back comes Tabs.
Winners win, don't they? And a 4-time world champion is going to know how to get over that line. And at one point, it looked like she was going to relinquish the lead, and it looked like Tabern was going to kick on and take the victory. But she found her way back into the game and took some vital points. And
another miracle final dart. She hit that bullseye earlier from the left-hand side. This time she found double 16 for the match all the way to the right-hand side.
It's like she can hit it from anywhere, isn't it? You know,
off the lampshades if she wants. Big game coming up next, of course. Dan Reid against Justin Smith. Justin Smith with the opportunity to close the gap to Lisa Ashton. And he's had 2 wins out of 2 so far this week against Dan Reid.
I think this is the point it probably gets a little bit easier now for Justin Smith, because essentially he's going to stop looking at league tables. He's got the advantage of the legs. This is knockout darts for him now. If he loses, he's not going to win this group. So it's simple task for him. Win, and you can take the points.
As you can see there, there's 2 matches to play for all of the players. So we've completed 3 cycles of games. Justin Smith is 4 points adrift. He would just want to consolidate 2nd or 3rd position and make sure he's into Group B. Of course, where we've mentioned so many times, it is a group of 5 in Group B on the Thursday and Friday night, and 3 from the 5 go through. Positions 4, 5 and 6, they're back into the red-eye shift Thursday and Friday morning in Group C, and it's only 2 from 6 that progress there. Where's your money in this one, mate?
It's got to be Justin. It's got to be Justin. He needs the win, he needs the points, and he can really make it interesting at the top, because Justin does still have to play Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, that's match number 14. That's where it could get really interesting. It could be a straight shootout between them 2.
Definitely, and this cycle of games is going to do that. If Lisa wins in this one, that last game becomes irrelevant, but for Justin, it's knockout darts.
Well, let's join Charlie for all the action.
Cheers, Chris. Must-win territory for Justin Smith. If he is to top Group A, he needs to win both of his remaining games as a 25-year-old from Cardigan and hope that Lisa Ashton slips up in her final 2. And then leg differences meet up in the middle. Dan Reid, the 24-year-old from Thatcham, looking to finish this group with a flourish.
First leg, it's Dan to
as
throw
we enter
first.
The final 2 rounds of Group A. Who will have the spoils? Who will finish in Group B? We think we know the answers, but there may still be questions. There's no questioning that perfect start from Dan Reid.
When we think we know the answers, they change the questions. And that has happened all the way through today. Just said that we Mace, this is knockout darts now for Justin Smith, which will make him feel a bit more comfortable. Something he hasn't looked today.
100.
Not really looked too comfortable up on the stage at the moment. But already the darts are going in a lot firmer. Which is a good sign that we're going to start seeing some of those 140s come back into his game.
Sometimes you need that little bit of a break, don't you, just to recompose yourself in the back room.
134.
I suppose it's a weird situation. Maybe sometimes the best thing to do is stay away from the practice board and just get yourself ready backstage, recompose yourself,
90.
Have a few moments to yourself, and then go again for your next match.
55. Dan, you require 40.
Good leg from Dan. We wanted to seal it with these 3.
Game shot on the first
leg. He seals it in 2. That's a 14-dart leg there for Dan Reid and a holder throw. But just going back to what you were saying there about in the back room, I think
second leg, it's Justin to throw first.
I think just throwing some casual darts, just refinding that throw. Some darts without pressure, some darts without meaning, and just turning over that technique and just trying to find that natural game. With a rhythm player like Justin, he just needs to get that
60
bit of speed in the arm. And it looks like he's found that. I said the darts are lying better. We expected more 140s. He's kicked off this leg with 1. And he's followed it with a 180. Much improved here from Justin Smith as he enters this must-win territory.
He just looks so much more relaxed.
140.
And he's a real light-hearted character backstage.
140.
Real good company to keep, and I think he plays his best when he makes the game fun. And case in point here, he's on for a potential 11-dart leg. Double 16. And there is the 11-dart leg. This is superb from Justin Smith. Superb from the pair. The averages are absolutely sublime after 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Average of 107.22 for Dan Reid. An average of 110.74 for Justin Smith.
92.
and he also joins the club of players who have hit 11 dart legs this week.
58.
The list is growing. That's the 7th 11 dart leg already. Someone needs to treat us to a 10. Or could they treat us to the 9?
134.
Be your first on comms, wouldn't it, if it comes this week?
It would be, yes.
49.
You mentioned an interesting point there. You said Justin plays best when his darts are fun. A point you just got to drive home. I don't think there's a day goes by on social media where I'm not asked
58.
for a tip or an advice in what they should do in an upcoming tournament or how to prepare for something. Remember, we all picked darts up because it was fun and it was a game. And we need to drive that point home.
$100.
When we're enjoying it, we'll play our best.
58. Dan, you require 117.
117 for Dan Reid. He'll enjoy himself if this goes tops.
97.
It would have been a nice combo, but he comes back for his favourite double. Double 10. Dan Reid then.
100. Dan, you require 20.
You're 2-1 in front.
Game shot on the third leg. Dan Reid.
With an average of 99. Really good standard from the pair. Dan Reid gets his nose back in front at 2-1. They're trading blows on throw.
Fourth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
And so if we're following that logic, Justin Smith will mop up leg 4.
59. 59.
Darts are just starting to land in that awkward angle again, and Justin reacting to that.
57.
Showing signs that he feels something might not be right with his game today. We've seen quite a good bits of right. An 11 darter,
44.
something to build on. Just a leg ago.
And we were mentioning at the start of our programme, weren't we, that perhaps over the
100.
course of the week so far, Justin Smith's been the most consistent player in Group A. 91 average here, but throughout the course of the day, it's been a bit up and down. There's nothing up and down about it. Well, maybe the last dart, actually. Spoke too soon.
It was the ultimate up and down. The highest score achievable with one dart and the lowest achievable with one dart. But that is the most achievable with 3 darts for Justin Smith, who hits his second 180 of this game.
98. Justin, you require 105.
Logic in this game dictated that Justin Smith would hold. That's been the pattern of play so far. Trying to square it up and leave it handy.
50.
We'll come back for that 55. We've seen him make a bit of a mess of these darts at the moment, so we can't guarantee he's going to get 2 darts at the tops.
59.
But
Justin, you
that'll be the
require
hope.
55.
Okay, it's going to be 18s. Nice lie.
19. Dan, you require
Looked
120.
tempting. Well, this 120 tempt Dan Reid. He needs a treble to get a dart at the double. But
40.
Justin will come back.
Justin, you
For
require
the holder
36.
throw that was predicted.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he takes it with
Justin
the first
Smith.
dart in hand. It is 4 legs, all gone with throw. 2 legs apiece, and there is nothing to split them on the
Fifth leg, it's
scoreboard.
Dan to
There is
throw
nothing to
first.
split them on the averages. A 90.05 for Justin Smith and a 90.21 for Dan Reid.
100.
The only way we can split them at the moment is the 180 column. 2 180s for Justin.
100.
1 for Dan Reid.
It's one of those games you genuinely cannot make up the outcome.
97.
Like we said at the very start of this pair, when we think we know the answers, are changing the questions.
180.
And that has happened just again there with a 180, the third 180 of the match for Justin Smith, and that is timing to perfection.
58.
Indeed it is. He's taken the darts in this leg, and he's running with it.
81.
Would have liked a better leave after that first dart. Leaves himself on 140 after 9. Just opens the door a little bit for Dan if he can get 2 trebles, which he can't.
40.
Oh, no.
Justin, you require 140.
I think it was just above the wire anyway. Another perfect lie. Has to go high.
100.
Very high. Chops after 12, and Justin Smith puts himself in a fantastic position in this leg and match.
Tops.
100.
3 darts
Justin,
in
you
hand.
require 40.
3 legs could be on the
Game
board,
shot
and
the
it
fifth
is
leg.
after the first
Justin
one.
Smith.
And that looked bang in the middle of the double, which will make him feel good. He's 1 leg away from 2 points, and instantly my eye looks over to the fixtures to see what Lisa Ashton has come in. She has come in a game's time. James Richardson, Lisa Ashton, where James Richardson will be throwing first, which could tee us up for Lisa Ashton, Justin Smith to see who wins the group. It is getting tasty.
60.
James Richardson still has the opportunity to get himself into those top 3 positions. I said he could become the ultimate spoiler with the way the fixtures have lined up.
97.
If he takes that victory over Lisa Ashton, he will play Graham Usher in the last game, where he could steal a place on Thursday night.
Popcorn darts.
140.
Plenty to play for still.
60.
Plenty of drama potentially ahead. If you are at work, make sure that your lunch hour
45.
begins now.
Much improved performance here from Justin Smith. Average touching nearly on the 94. We'll be hoping not to hear Charlie get excited when he calls
60.
this one out.
Justin, you require
Meaning
149.
Justin has 6 darts at the 149. It will be a layup. 72 the shot.
101.
Leaves himself a nice 2-darter. Takes the majority of that score out. Gets to take his pick. Is he going 8 for top, 16 for double 16?
46.
He's going to have plenty
Justin,
of time to choose.
48. Game shots.
And it is game shot and the match to Justin Smith in 2 darts. It is a 4-2 victory. We said it was knockout darts. This is where he's going to get comfortable, and he's shown that there with his best performance of the day, a 93.55 the average. Very good on the finishing. Just 6 darts needed to take out the 4 legs. 66.67. And that makes it interesting at the top. Lisa Ashton will be coming up in just a game's time when she'll be taking on James Richardson, who could still potentially steal a place in those top 3. And then Justin Smith will play Lisa Ashton game 14, which is where the eyes draw into right now.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and a wonderful performance there by Justin Smith, and it keeps him in the hunt for the top spot. What did you think about that?
Indeed, a very good performance from Justin. He knew it was knockout darts, as Matthew Edgar alluded to before the match began, and I think sometimes when you get to that stage, just something else, it's almost survival instinct kicked in for him, and yeah, really good performance from him, and if there's a slip-up, Justin Smith's ready to pounce.
Yeah, in spells there, Dan Reid pushed him hard, but he managed to find the answer, an end average with 93.55, more 180s than 140s, and great doubling from the young Welshman. 4 out of 6, 66.67%. Let's have a look what that means in terms of the table. And there you go, 16 points. Lisa, of course, with that game in hand. She plays in match number 12. Up next is 11, Tabern and Smith. Match number 12 is James Richardson against Lisa Ashton. A win there for Lisa, and then that will confirm her as the winner. If she is beaten by Richardson, it does conjure up a fabulous penultimate match of the session between Smith and Ashton, and it could boil down to a winner take all because of the leg difference, as you can see, oh so close, plus 11 and plus 10.
And Justin Smith has forced Lisa Ashton to effectively serve her out, make sure that she wins the group in her way, and if she doesn't, Justin Smith, as you say, in that last game, would be ready to pounce in what would be a shootout to win Group A.
Well, a big game coming up next, of course, for Graham Usher in a must-win tie against Alan Tabern.
Alan Tabern's fate is sealed. Group C will be the way forward for Alan. That will be tomorrow morning and Friday morning. 2 from 6 the possibility. Graham Usher will be hoping to hold on to at least that Group B position so he can come back in the evenings. 5 players will be taking part in Group B with 3 players going through, so the percentages are in the advantage of Group B. He's just going to watch over his shoulder.
Alan to throw first. Game
James
on.
Richardson, despite losing 5 games in a row yesterday, is starting to breathe down his neck. And if he loses this one,
100.
James Richardson will be up next against Lisa Ashton, and we could be in for a grandstand finish.
64.
The battle of the left-handers, the left-handers derby.
60.
Derby that has gone 1 apiece. 1 win each. 4-2 and 4-1 the scorelines from Monday and Tuesday.
I suppose appropriate with a left-handed derby, there's a lefty in the commentary box.
60. 100.
Graham Usher doing what he did on day 1. Kicking off really strong and just tailing off a little bit in the middle part of the day. Kicked off the day with that fantastic 4-3 win over Lisa Ashton, where he's pushing the 98 average. Beat Justin Smith 4-1, but then lost to Dan Reid in the last game 4-2. Average dropping to an 84.
39.
And this is where I think if he can get himself into Group B, it gives himself a massive advantage because he's only playing 4 games a night. There's 1 game less.
93. Alan, you require 146.
And I think that will suit him more.
Tabern looking for his first points of
76.
the day. It's not one of following the same track as James Richardson yesterday, losing all 5. An opportunity here to hold his throw. 70 the shot.
43.
Likely to
Alan, you
use the
require
10s.
70.
He'll leave his favourite tops.
Game shot.
And he pings it in 1 dart. Chose the right road, and he takes it out in 3 darts. The 70 finish to take the opening leg with the throw.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
One thing Graham doesn't have in his favour is leg difference, which is why we're not
96.
really talking too much about Graham being a group winner. He would need big, heavy victories and results going in his favour.
140.
He's making sure he gets into Group B, which he would with victory here. And as I say, it means you can go again with less games in that group, with it only being 5 players. 3 would go through from that as well.
Bit unlucky there for Graham. That one actually hit the treble bed.
95.
But it caught the back of the flight and took the power out the dart, and the penetration wasn't deep enough to allow it to stay in the treble bed like those two. We're much happier with that. 135. Puts him in a good position to hold his throw.
85.
Needs to find a little more.
97. 100. Graham, you require 112.
Performance from Alan Tabern. Can still go. 107. Treble 19. Now it can't. The opportunity
29.
presents itself for Alan Tabern. 81 the
81.
finish. He will start on the 19s. Still on if he gets a single. The double is on. Double 13.
68.
That's why I go that road. The single would have left in the ball. The treble leaves in the double. And Graham's
43.
just not finding his way in this
Alan,
game
you
at the
require
moment.
13.
No, and Alan Tabern has been steady, and that is why he's been getting opportunities.
Game shot
And when he gets the opportunities, he takes them, and he opens up a quick-fire 2-0 lead. He has the darts in the third.
Third leg, it's Alan to throw first.
And he could get this done in double quick time if he wants.
Sort of just get the feeling that as this game goes,
43.
James Richardson's going to be sitting a little bit higher in his chair. The ears will be pricked. The eyes will be going onto the screen because the opportunity is presenting itself for him not to be eating breakfast with the early risers tomorrow morning.
100.
Don't mention breakfast. I've dangerously found a greasy spoon
83.
across the road from the venue, and I feel like that might be somewhere I may be frequenting over the next couple of weeks.
40.
Been a bit unfortunate in this game, actually. A couple of bounce outs for Alan.
45. 97. 26.
Graham really off the pace. Clinging on to a 70 average at the moment, which is well off the standards we've seen from him today so far.
60.
Running average around the 90 mark for the day. So 20 points below his level. And 140 points behind Alan in this one.
37. Alan, you require 161.
And sliding.
55.
Neither caught fire in this game.
24. Alan, you require 106.
Straight to dart there from Graham Usher. It's not happening. This will make him feel worse.
74.
Will return with 3 darts in hand. The light of that dart just flattened out in the air. There is something breaking down with Graham Usher at the moment.
76.
Nice recovery with
Alan,
the
you
last dart, but it does not save the
32.
situation.
Game
And he
shot
cannot
third
save the leg. Alan
Tabern
Tabern with a 3rd dart in hand holds his throw and takes a 3-0 lead over Graham Usher, and out of sorts Graham Usher, who is averaging just
Fourth leg, it's Graham to
66,
throw first.
well below
Game on.
his daily average.
Alan Tabern must not believe how easy it's been for him so far.
43.
When we look through his day, he is 3 from 3 in the L bracket. But Graham Usher, when you're averaging the
140.
mid-60s and your average is still on the decline, that is not something you expect to see.
140.
Well, that will help bring it up. His first 140 plus throw of the match.
Only his 4th score over 100.
45.
Power scorer like Graham Usher. Surprising.
41.
And you're right, his average is tobogganing.
60.
Like he's fell out the tree and he's hitting every branch on the way down.
135.
That's much better. Needs 142. Coming up after this, it could be
59. Graham, you require
the combination of Lisa
142.
Ashton as the Group A champion against James Richardson.
60.
The way Graham's throwing, he will not feel good about this 82, so a couple of trebles
99.
could really
Graham, you
start to
require
make
82.
the brain kick in. 12 for bull. And he's missed the big number.
And he is incandescent as he steps back.
42. Alan, you require 98.
2 darts for the match.
Game, shots,
Needs
and
the 2
match.
to take out
Alan
the
Tabern.
98 finish. It's a 4-0 victory for Alan Tabern, and that makes this table extremely interesting. Alan Tabern taking that victory has just caused Graham Usher some problems. You'll see there the leg difference. Graham Usher going from +2 down to -2, ending his hopes of getting anything out of this group in terms of winning it. But now the Group B possibilities are in trouble because James Richardson's going to be breathing down his neck if he can take the victory over Lisa Ashton in our next match.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, what an upset that was, Henry.
Exactly. I don't think we expected that one in the form book, but Alan Tabern just did what he had to do there. It wasn't the greatest performance from Graham Usher. He knows that. He'll try and move on as quickly as possible from it, and for Alan Tabern, it's another 2 points on the board. Yeah,
Graham absolutely capitulated there, and he's up against it now, because if by some way James Richardson gets a win over Lisa Ashton, it will be a straight shootout between Graham Usher and James Richardson, possibly for the final spot in Group B. And if that happens as well, and Lisa and Justin will play in the penultimate match, and that could well be a straight shootout between them two.
At least we need the abacus, would we?
No, they will be straight shootout matches. As you can see, this table really, really tight in the positions for third spot between Graham Usher, Alan Tabern and James Richardson. So James Richardson with 2 games to go. He is up next against table-topping Lisa Ashton. Pressure on both. Let's see how that one goes.
James Richardson surprised us all yesterday when he went through the whole day without winning a game, taking 5 defeats from 5. Could be turning that completely around in this one, making it 5 wins from 5. Opened his day with a 4-1 victory over Dan Reid. Followed that with a 4-3 against Alan Tabern and a 4-1 win over Justin Smith. Lisa, on the other hand, will be looking at wrapping this group up here. If she takes the victory, it is all over and she is through to Saturday and enjoy a couple of days rest. James Richardson, someone I spotted sneaking up, breathing down the necks of Group B, and without defeat from Graham Usher to Alan Tabern in our last game, James Richardson is starting to close.
First leg, it's James to throw first.
We'll make that last game between Graham Usher and James Richardson a shootout on Group B. So lots and lots to play for as we enter the final 4 games
81.
of Group A.
This could be fun.
Getting hot.
100.
And I just wonder for the players, the knockout feel that those games would provide, whether that be a help or hindrance, it's what they're used to.
One thing Lisa's got here is a little bit of a cushion, a little bit of time. She's got 2 opportunities
85.
to get this wrapped up. She either does it here against James Richardson, or she's got the opportunity against Justin Smith. But her legs, getting those 4-3 wins, haven't helped her out too much.
And I suppose as well, you want to get it done at this juncture because Lisa will know that she's had a couple of opportunities to get this done. And if it goes to the last game against Justin Smith, it's effectively a knockout game. She knows that she's had opportunities to win this group and how that could change things psychologically. And Richardson is making hay while the sun shines here in this opening leg, leaving 102 after 12, averaging just under a ton.
50.
Seeing Lisa take these big shots
Lisa, you
before.
require 136.
She got that 150 earlier in the week, which is the same combo, 2 trebles.
96.
Leaves it handy.
James, you require 52.
2 darts.
32.
Needs more.
Lisa, you require 40.
Will he get more? Tops.
20.
A rare slip on the outer ring for
James,
Lisa
you
Ashton.
require 20.
The way this week's been going, if you give Lisa a chance, she
Game
takes
shot
it.
on the first leg.
She didn't
James
take that one, and
Richardson.
James Richardson returns to eventually see himself over the line in that leg. It's a hold of throw for James Richardson, 1-0.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game
As
on.
you mentioned, Ashton has been the opportunity taker in chief in this group.
134.
That was a key chance missed. She has to break once in this match to win. And she had that opportunity right from the get-go.
60.
She could have set her stall out for the game, could have stamped her authority all over it. But this isn't bad in response.
140.
134 followed by 140 in this leg.
$45.
Just wonder what it would feel like for Lisa Ashton, who's been topping this group pretty much all the way through.
95.
Looking like the group winner who just needed that little bit of something more. But one thing we touched on at the very start.
140.
always
Lisa, you
seems to do
require
enough.
132. $92.
Leaves herself tops upon her return after 12. And it may be under pressure.
123. Lisa, you require 40.
So to level us up at one apiece. Double 10. Chasing for double 5.
30. James, you require 133. $61. Lisa, you require 10.
That's more missed doubles. Double 1, that leaves.
No score. James, you
And that
require
final dart was in a
72.
different postcode. So Richardson returns for 72. A break chance, which I'm sure he didn't expect to get.
47.
But
Lisa,
it doesn't
you
go.
require 10.
So Ashton gets another chance at double 5.
Again, pulls it low. One dart to recover
8.
it. And does
James, you
not
require
find the double
25.
2. The thing that has been helping Lisa Ashton the most is causing the problems in this one.
21.
She will come back. Another chance now. She's had 10
Lisa, you require
darts
2.
already. None of them have found the double.
No score.
And counting.
James, you require
Ashton
4.
should have won this leg about 2 or 3 visits ago.
No score.
And she's going to get more opportunities.
Lisa, you require 2.
It's like pass the parcel to win this leg.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Lisa
eventually,
Ashton.
Lisa Ashton lands it. Level us up at one apiece. One of those legs that both players want to forget
Third leg,
on
it's
the
James to throw
doubles.
first. Game on.
She's moving her arm around a little bit at the back of the stage there. As if she's not comfortable, feeling a bit
91.
tight, feeling a bit tense. 1 out of 14 darts at the double is only going to make you more
43.
tense.
Is that the situation? Therefore, do you reckon she may be
60.
possibly tense up because she knows what's at stake? She can win the group with a victory here.
We're also on match 14
55.
over 3-day period. Could be a bit of both. Could be the body and the mind playing tricks on her.
140.
One thing is though, with the average she's posting at the moment, she's
100.
not going to get many more legs on the board against players like James Richardson.
100.
Although, in fairness, the average should be caveated a little bit because of the missed doubles in that last leg.
95. James, you
And it's
require
kind of
110.
Led to a theme in this. And Richardson here, 110. has the luxury of time.
.52, so he can pick his double. He's been leaving
70.
tops and he leaves it again. Give him 3 darts. His favourite double.
80. James, you require 40.
For a hold of throw.
Game shot on the third
It is a hold of
James
throw.
Richardson.
Third dart in hand. James Richardson takes a 2-1 lead over Lisa Ashton. I did say my eye got caught by James Richardson when we
Fourth
looked
leg,
at
it's
his
Lisa to throw
fixtures,
first.
and we was
Game on.
writing it down going, we think Group B is sealed, but James Richardson was the guy that could
100.
have caused some problems, and he is causing problems. He takes this one. That last game with Graham Usher will be a shootout for a Group B place.
Came in with a
60.
fresh mindset this morning after what happened yesterday.
140.
If you're ever in a position where you've had a bit of a losing run and you want to know how to get out of it, send your messages to James Richardson, because he has the
96.
answer. 5 defeats out of 5 yesterday, and he's already on 3 out of 3, and he's halfway to making
60.
it 4 from 4.
No 2 days are the same here at the Super Series.
140. $139.
Well, this has been an excellent leg by Lisa. 139, leaving 62 after 12. This is with the darts, and it's going to be under pressure.
137. Lisa,
So
you
this
require
62 has to
62.
go. So 12 for double 16, for 2
30.
apiece.
James, you require 68.
So the opportunity goes a begging. So James Richardson for a break of throw and to open up a 3-1 lead. He's going to get 1 at double 16.
52.
The double that Lisa missed a second ago.
Lisa, you require 32.
It's the same outcome for Richardson.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
But
Lisa
no
Ashton.
mistake. Last start in hand for Lisa Ashton. We're back at 2 apiece. Lisa Ashton is
Fifth
now
leg,
2
it's
legs
James to
away
throw first. Game on.
from returning on Saturday night
60.
as the winner of Group A.
100.
You're a long way from home, so how she spends those couple of days would be interesting. Have a little mull around, go get an ice cream, play some slots.
140.
I suppose for the players, because we've relocated to a new location, they do have a couple of days where they can possibly
61.
sightsee round the new place and they can take their mind off of things that way.
Bit of exploring. I know when I won Group A myself, I
140.
spent a couple of days in bed playing Football Manager. Managed to win the Premier League title with Aston Villa.
Well, that ain't going to happen, is
58.
it? Steven
James,
Gerrard
you
can't win a
require
Premier League, so...
161.
Well, treble 17 would have left the dart at the bull.
102.
Although admittedly that you could probably get the sightseeing done in about 45 minutes around here. One walk around Gunwale Keys, little walk down the
60.
seafront, that'll be
James,
you done.
require 59.
Is that because of the traffic? 59 for James Richardson.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Always going
James
to go in there.
Richardson.
Really built the barrier there. Made the double bigger. And just carries it in underneath that one to hold the throw. 5 holds a throw so far.
Sixth leg, it's
If
Lisa to
that
throw
continues,
first.
we're going to
Game
go
on.
to a deciding leg.
140.
Very much so, if Ashton can pile in a couple more visits like that. Beware the wounded animal. That was what Richardson was at the start of the day.
120.
And in a previous game, that deflected its way in. Well, you don't get your luck twice in darts sometimes. And that was the case there.
60.
He's had to take his medicine this time.
The points certainly hit the treble bed. That would have been his first 180 of this game. It's another go.
140.
Good darts here from James Richardson. 2 trebles, 4 out of 6.
60.
He's good at attacking against the throw at key points, James Richardson. He did it earlier on at 3-3. Put in a very good leg, and he's doing the same here. I think that's where the nickname comes from, that ruthlessness, the aggression.
Justin Smith is watching this tentatively.
100.
Because James Richardson is 101 points away. Treble 19. Double 12.
77.
And he's had a match dart.
Lisa, you require 141.
To seal what would be a crucial victory in the context of this group. Ashton needs 141 to save it. It's not going to happen. So Richardson
40.
returns for double 12.
James, you require 24. Game,
And we're going to have a grandstand finish in Group A. James Richardson defeats Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 2 with an average of 86.13. 4th and 17 on the checkouts. It was a game played by Miss Doubles in the middle sector of the match, but victory for Richardson up against Ashton. This is what it does to the table. Lisa Ashton, after 14 rounds, is on 18 points. Justin Smith is on 16. They play in game 14 of the day, so that is going to be a straight shootout to see who progresses through because of Justin Smith's superior legs difference. And then Graham Usher and James Richardson, they play in the last game of the day. That's a shootout to see who's going to join the field in Group B. But when we return after the break, it's Alan Tabern up against Dan Reid.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, 4 cycles of matches are completed on the final day today of Group A. So 3 more matches to bring you. The next one, absolutely nothing on it apart from pride. But our final 2 games after that win there by James Richardson, it's going to make things interesting.
It's thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, hasn't it, Mason? As you say, we've got a grandstand finish ahead of us. 2 games that's going to mean everything in terms of progression in Group B. But for Alan and Dan here, it's all about getting that confidence up. They know exactly what they're doing. They're going to be back here tomorrow morning, 9:30. They can now prepare for that. They'll hope that overnight they get a victory in this last game of the day. It'll just make their night's sleep a bit better.
Yeah, so as you can see, Lisa Ashton will be playing Justin Smith in match number 15, our penultimate game. And then Graham Usher will be playing James Richardson. So they'll be playing for 3rd position. Lisa and Justin will be playing to top the group. Winner of that one, of course, will get Thursday and Friday off and come back for Saturday night's final nice and refreshed. 2nd and 3rd spot go into Group B, which is tomorrow and Friday night. But up next it is Dan Reid against Alan Tabern.
A game at the bottom of the table, but no one wants to finish bottom of the table. Alan having a couple of stretches here as we come into game 15 of their week so far. Alan Tabern taking both of the early fixtures, winning on Monday with a 4-0 victory and then a 4-3 victory yesterday over Dan Reid. Tabern got his first win on the board today in that last game. He beaten out of sorts Graham Usher. Dan Reid also got a victory over Graham Usher earlier in the day. But neither have really found their best today.
First leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Dan Reid peaking at around about an 87 today. Alan Tabern only
83.
Got outside those 70s. A daily high of an 80.88. So a game that could really go
43
any direction.
Indeed it might. As I mentioned upstairs with Chris, it's a game where both players know exactly what the scenario is.
44.
They both know they're going to be back tomorrow morning in Group C, which you can see from 9:30 AM with us on Sporty Stuff TV. They will be joining
59.
Martin Thomas, Reece Colley and Carl Wilkinson there. So to get that final win in the group, to gain that extra little bit of
92.
confidence, will make your night sleep a bit better, make the dinner taste a bit sweeter. That's what they're playing for here. And of course, those bragging rights.
Do we have a nickname on Reece Colley at the
140.
moment? Do we know what that is?
Go on.
Well, I'm going to suggest he should be the Flower.
135.
Colley, Flower.
I can think of a great shirt as well for that. Come see me tomorrow, Reece. We'll get you set up.
I'm sure it'd be all ears.
133. Alan, you require 147. $59. Dan, you require 126.
No finish now for Dan Reid. Offering Alan the chance to hold his throw.
86. Alan, you require 88.
Leaves the ball.
63.
Drops low on the ball.
Dan, you require
Dan Reid
40.
for an early break opportunity. Wants double 20.
Game shot on
Takes
the
the
first
double
leg.
10. That is a
Dan
breaker
Reid.
throw in the opening leg. Dan Reid, 18 darts was what it required.
Second leg, it's
He'll
Dan
be
to
throwing
throw
first
first.
for a 2-0 lead.
He's going about his business nice at the start of the second leg.
140.
Reminder that after this one, we're going to see the battle to win Group A. Lisa Ashton up against Justin Smith, and then we're going to see the battle to see
100.
who finishes third and gain a spot in Group B when Graham Usher collides
with James Richardson.
100.
Right, they'll be joining a 5-player grouping, Group B. And they will be
44.
joined alongside David Pallett, Jared Cole and Nick Kenny. And that's tomorrow night at 10 here on Sporty Stuff TV. Your late night Tungsten Fix.
131.
Excellent visit from Dan Reid to leave 1:30 after 9 to back the break up with a hold to put him halfway towards the
83.
finishing post.
Dan, you require 130.
And with a very good average, just below 97 at this current moment. Treble. Doesn't have to go for the bull.
65.
Nothing Alan can do from this point. Way back on 274. Over 200 points
58.
behind in the scoring
Dan, you require
phase.
65.
Tops.
Game shot on the second
It is
leg.
tops.
Dan Reid.
It is 2-0. It is a holder throw. And it is more misery for Alan Tabern, who has just not turned up today.
Third leg, it's Alan to throw
at the Super
first.
Series.
Game on.
I suppose the only positive thing about the group ending today is where we've spoken on Monday and Tuesday about stewing over
100.
things overnight going into tomorrow. I suppose the only positive for him is the group ends today. So tomorrow morning, he's got a fresh start. Both players have got a fresh start. So there's nothing to mill over, is
99.
there? Specifically because there's a fresh start tomorrow, they can just go again.
And potentially an advantage. 3 days worth of action on that stage. The players that will be joining
59.
us tomorrow morning will never have experienced this room, this practice room, that stage. Makes a difference. Just knowing the layout of a venue, where the toilets are, how to get to the stage, where to go, where not to go.
54.
Makes a difference. Just makes you feel more comfortable in your surroundings. These are two players that will have that comfort factor. We could see that player
100.
part in the first round or 2 round of fixtures tomorrow morning.
Familiarity is everything.
It's all those little things we don't really consider when we're
81.
watching. We just look at the dartboard and we look at the darts going in. We don't think about what the player is going through in that day and all the emotions or
60.
findings and discoveries. What time to get here, where to park. All become questions that the dart player needs to think about in the morning. They might get here a bit too early
97.
to try and compensate, which means more time in the practice room. Isn't always profitable.
100. Dan, you require 170.
The fish. Are we getting the rod out? Are we reeling it in?
145.
From
Alan,
Dan
you
Reid.
require 82.
So 1 dart at tots for Alan Tabern. Huge dart incoming.
42. Dan, you require
But it
25.
goes above the wire. So Dan Reid returns. Well, the double break, 3-0 lead. He likes the 5 double 10 split. He now has to go back up to the top of the board
15.
and gives Alan
Alan, you
Tabern
require
a second
40.
chance.
Had 2 darts at doubles in this match so far. Missed them both. But 3 darts at this.
Game shot on the third
And he
leg.
hits it with the
Alan
3rd
Tabern.
dart. Alan Tabern gets a leg on the board. It is a holder throw. But Alan...
4th leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Not going to plan for Alan Tabern today.
140.
Just once broke the 80 average.
92.
Going back to that 170 from Dan Reid, when he was going for it, I thought in my mind, when you said the fish, instantly I thought of fish and chips. And I thought, if he takes this, this is a sign telling me I need to go to the chippy.
131.
I'll give you recommendations.
95.
No product placement on this programme. Oh.
80.
Well, that will feel bitter for Dan Reid. Talk about catch of the day, fish and chips. That was a snatch of the day, the deflection of the day.
140.
You'll be feeling
Dan,
a
you
bit salty
require
after that one.
150.
You're going to get battered for that comment.
58.
Better than your gravy on the steak the other day.
125. Dan, you require 92.
Swiftly moving on. Dan Reid wants 92 for a 3-1 lead. 72 remaining. You went double 18 there.
36.
A double-double.
Alan, you require 49.
And so to level us up and to get the break back.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
You couldn't possibly
Alan
miss
Tabern.
that last dart at Topsy. First dart was such a mark. It stood up to attention. Basically aim at the barrel and it would go in. And so two
Fifth leg,
apiece.
it's Alan to throw
Tabern with the
first.
darts in
Game
the
on.
fifth. Who's going to end their Group A campaign on a high?
15 darter, that from Alan Tabern, which is one of his best of the
100.
day. Bringing his stats up past the 80 mark for just the second time in 5 matches.
95.
You must have heard us talking about the fish and chips and got excited.
100.
Curry sauce man?
Sometimes. It depends. I'm not a spicy guy. you see, so-
58.
That is another factor players have to consider, though.
120.
We spoke about snacking throughout the day. When you get to this point, you don't want to be eating too much, but you need to be doing enough. If you want to leave here, go have something to eat, manage the
100.
day.
$81.
And of course, James Richardson's got the slow cooker with him. We'll talk about that in the last game of the day when he takes on Graham Usher. Back here, Tabern wants Tops to open up a 3-2 lead with throw.
100. Alan, you require 100.
Tops. Double 10
90.
for what would have been a regulation 15. Will
Dan, you
return for
require
double 5 unless
148.
Reid takes out the 148. Could still happen. Very, very much on. One dart at
Game
Tops.
shot on the
And that's an
leg. Dan
brilliant,
Reid.
brilliant, brilliant, exceptional finish on Dan Reid. For the break of throw for 3-2 lead.
Sixth
And
leg,
now he
it's Dan
throws
to
for the
throw
match.
First. Game on.
We said this as a game that was about building the confidence for both of these players. Well, that's a confidence booster for Dan Reid.
39.
I was just watching Tabern's face at the back of the stage there,
140.
and I said earlier that the reactions you get from him, and his jaw was nearly on the floor when those 2 treble 18s went in, almost in disbelief.
140.
Well, the average is 90 here for Dan Reid. He'll be happy with this.
135.
Hasn't hit a match yet, but it's hit 6-140, 6 tons. High at a 148. 3 from 8 on the doubles. If the stats
190.
end around about there and he can get the 2 points, he'll come out of this building in a few minutes' time feeling much, much
40.
happier about himself.
Well, both of them are throwing their best stats of the day so far. Alan Tabern on an 85.63, well above his daily best, which was just an 80.88. The rest of them have been in the 70s, so a much more improved average here from Alan Tabern. suggesting he's 3 darts better
140.
in this game than the rest of the day. Dan Reid on his best start at 92. He takes 82. It is game over. 17 for tops. Tops for the match.
Game
and
shot
it is game shot and the match.
Dan Reid.
In 3 darts, Dan Reid takes out the 82. Best performance of the day from both players. They both end on a high. Group A is over for both of these, though. Dan Reid, 4 legs to 2, a 91.88 the average, beating Alan Tabern's 87.39. Checkout percentage there of 44%, but the standout stat, that 148, 2 treble 18s and a tops to get the breaker throw. Going back to the league table though Dan Reid does end the table at bottom, but our eyes go to the 2 battles we are about to see next. Lisa Ashton first up against Justin Smith in a battle to see who wins Group A, and then an option of the 3rd places available between Graham Usher and James Richardson to see who goes into Group B and who goes into Group C.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 2 more games to bring you in this Group A, and there's both plenty on them. But let's reflect on that last match. Nice to see Dan Reid throwing the kind of darts we know he's capable of.
Yeah, we said, didn't we, a win for either would be a confidence booster, and that was most certainly that for Dan Reid. The averages are on your screen now, and look at that, 91.88 average, 6 140 pluses, including that brilliant 148 finish. It was that good. The words didn't come out of my mouth, but a fantastic performance there from Dan Reid, and that's just going to make him feel so much better going into tomorrow. He knew he was going to be in Group C, but that win's just going to give him that little bit of confidence overnight that he can go and attack tomorrow.
Yeah, it's imperative really to end the day on a high, and that's exactly what Dan Reid has done. He will go into tomorrow with a bit more confidence. He does finish bottom of the table with just 6 wins. 6 points. 3 wins from the 15 matches. Very disappointing for a player of his caliber. Alan Tabern, the same. He finished on 12 points. But the big match coming up next between Lisa Ashton and Justin Smith, it is basically a winner-takes-all shootout. The winner goes through to Saturday night's final, so they get a couple of days off. The runner-up, not such bad news, really, because they come back for Group B, which is a group a lot of the players enjoy playing in. It's played over just the 10 matches. You only play 4 games, and it's the top 3 that go through. If you can't get through that group, then you only have yourself to blame.
Exactly. To quote ABBA, the winner takes it all in this match. You know, and there is a big difference between having 2 days off and then having to come back tomorrow. As you say, the Group B is better than Group C because you've got 3 chances from 5. admittedly a very tough-looking Group B, which I'm sure we'll talk about later on. But you know, opportunity knocks, couple of days off, then you just go back, practice, do whatever you need to do. So yeah, massive game for both.
Yeah, we will talk about those two groups, but we're not going to know who they are because the final names are still to be decided. Up next, it is Lisa against Justin.
We said at the very start, this is a very tight group, and with 2 games to go and nothing yet is decided. One thing that will be decided at the end of this game is the winner of Group A. Lisa Ashton versus Justin Smith. Winner takes all. That gives them 2 days off and a place in Saturday's finals. They'll be joined
First
by
leg, it's Lisa to throw
winners
first.
and runners-up of Group
Game
B
on.
and Group C. Lisa with the advantage of throw. The bookies can't split them.
60.
5 to 6 apiece. We're looking at the form line coming into this.
100.
Lisa Ashton comes into this on the back of her worst performance of the week, when she went down 4-2 against James Richardson and didn't look comfortable
41.
in that game. Looked tired. Justin Smith comes into this after his best performance.
43.
His best winning performance of the week even, with a 93.55 with that 4-2 victory over Dan Reid, who we've just
100.
seen win that last game against Tabern.
Well, usually in these games we say win or go home, but if you win, you get the luxury of
58.
a couple of days at home or lurking around the hotel room to relax. The player who is defeated will return
45.
for Group B. They'll get a 3 and 5 chance of going through, but they'll want to get the job done now.
100.
And this opening leg, as tentative as it's been, is up in the offing.
81.
But Justin Smith makes the first major move. Leaving 60 after 15. Ashton not on a finish. And crucially,
81.
this would be
Justin, you
for a
require
breaker
60.
throw in this opening leg. Tops. Double 10.
50.
And Ashton will return. Smith
Lisa,
had the
you require
opportunity to break,
93.
couldn't take it. Can Ashton nail the 93?
He's had a week of picking the pocket. 18 for the ball. Ball, and that's a nice lie. Just working it out. Making sure.
68.
Doesn't make sure of the finish.
Justin, you
Justin
require
Smith will
10.
come back. Opportunity to break. Splits. Splits the 4s.
6.
Misses the 2s.
Lisa, you require 25.
They have 4 darts to end this opening leg against the throw, and Ashton will return for double 8.
Game shot on the first leg.
And will
Lisa
get
Ashton.
the leg. And in this battle to win Group A, the first punch could be the knockout blow.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw first.
Again, just stretching the arm at the back of the stage. Physically tired.
80.
But she only needs 3 more legs. And she can go and recuperate.
100.
And that first dart is usually quite handy for Justin Smith because it's just above the
100.
wire. The way his darts stand up, he can use it. 80 points followed by a ton. He had a dart deflect out of the
100.
treble in the last visit. Who would you, of before the game, made favourite?
96.
I think based on the ceiling and how reactive they've been, I would possibly have gone with
140.
Justin Smith very slightly. Very slightly. But that advantage of throw could come in handy. Especially if
65.
Justin isn't going to
Lisa,
be
you
mopping those
require
finishes.
161.
4 chances to break the throw. in that opening leg. And in this short format, they aren't going to come around too often.
41. Justin, you require 160.
Left himself a big one here. Not going to go, so Ashton's going to get an opportunity
60.
on the Shanghai.
Lisa, you require
For a 2-0 lead,
120.
and the Bearded Dragons leaves only a ton. She's going to get one dart at tops
100.
for the breaker throw and 2-0 lead.
Justin, you require
But it
100.
drags just below. And so a huge passage of play in this match. Decided to go downstairs.
84.
There's
Lisa, you
double A,
require
unless
20.
Ashton can nail the double 10. Well, along to double 7.
13.
And
Justin,
Smith
you
will get
require
his chance
16.
to keep hold of his throw.
Game shot on the
Justin
second
Smith
leg.
missed 4
Justin Smith.
opportunities to break the throw. Lisa Ashton returns the favour, and it is all on throw.
Third leg, it's
One
Lisa to
apiece.
throw first. Game on.
Stats are down. We are below our running weekly average. If anyone can just
45.
find their standard game, that will be enough.
Both know what is at stake.
140.
Tend to find this in these sort of games that you look for extra when sometimes par is enough.
100.
Like going down the 18th green at Augusta, knowing that you only need to hold par to win the title. And sometimes you
57.
can get edgy because of it, and you play too safe. And that academic chip onto the green
100.
can sometimes go wide of the mark.
$80.
Just feels a bit chasey at the moment. Just trying to find something. Often when you go looking for
60.
something, it takes a lot longer to find.
So you too still haven't found what you're looking for.
85.
Thought it was me with the terrible puns.
Contagious.
Chris Murphy-itis.
140. Justin, you require 139.
So Ashton returns for 56 for a hold of throw. It'd be the third consecutive hold in this game, and crucially for her, it would put her halfway towards victory, towards qualification
91.
for
Lisa, you require
Saturday
56.
night's final. She's got options. Well, the double 16 for double 12 combo was not one I thought
32.
of. It nearly paid
Justin, you
off, but
require
Justin Smith crucially
48.
is back for the breaker throw. But he's only going to get one dart at double. He's missed the big 16.
Game shot
Only
on the
gets
third
one at double
leg.
16.
Justin
Only needs
Smith.
one at double 16. And that could be a crucial breaker throw for Justin Smith. He leads Lisa Ashton 2-1. And now it is him
Fourth leg, it's
who is
Justin to throw
halfway
first.
towards
Game
Saturday
on.
night's final.
And that is a body blow. When you see your opponent struggle to hit a big number,
46.
and then they go and hit the double with a last dart in hand, you just start to hope when that first dart goes awry.
180.
No need to hope, though, when you can hit back with 180. A first one of the match, the first one in this game, could be following with a second.
140.
It's warming up now.
They're beginning to find their feet in this game.
100.
As I mentioned, the winner goes through to Saturday night's final. You can join us in the crowd. Head to dartshop.tv for information of how you can
140.
join us on Saturday nights here at the MODUS Super Series.
45.
Just offers Justin the chance now. Hold his throw. That was a big
100.
3 darts, not converted by Lisa. Needs to find a couple of trebles. There's the one.
140.
Fantastic
Justin,
darts
you
for Lisa
require
Ashton.
75.
Asks the question now of Justin Smith. 18 for tops. Again, he misses the big number. He did it in the
39.
last game. He's done it
Lisa,
in
you
the
require
first game.
36.
He's done it in the last leg.
Game
and
shot on
is
the
punished
fourth play.
by
Lisa
the third
Ashton.
dart in hand by Lisa Ashton. Goes out in 15 darts, re-breaks the throw, and is now throwing first in essentially a best of
Fifth leg,
three
it's Lisa to throw
shootout.
first. Game on.
Justin Smith may feel that's an opportunity missed.
134.
Because at 3-1 up, he would have given himself an opportunity at worst to throw for the match.
125.
Sort of feel he's had in his own hands twice. That big 18 for tops and then the 4 darts in the opening leg.
100.
Against a player of the calibre of Lisa Ashton, those mistakes
100.
will be punished, and punished to the hilt.
Said it many times, haven't we? World champions and winners
60.
win. She will find a way.
And as you mentioned earlier, this is a knockout match. Doesn't matter how you get over the line, just get over the line.
60.
Don't need to worry about legs difference. That's irrelevant in this game. If you win, you're going through. You have a couple of days off. You can look forward to Saturday's
57.
final. If you lose, you come back tomorrow for Group B.
95. Lisa, you require 150.
Again, she leaves this 150. Did take this finish out yesterday.
110. Justin,
Then
you
she's left
require
that lovely.
121.
Justin needs this 1-2-1. Treble 17. Can't go. Offers Lisa the chance
57.
to move herself one leg away
Lisa, you require 40.
from finals night.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
Justin Smith,
Lisa
who had the
Ashton.
opportunity to go 3-1 up, now finds himself 3-2 down. And Lisa Ashton is one leg away from
Sixth
qualification
leg, it's
for
Justin to
Saturday
throw
night's
first.
final.
Game on.
Justin Smith, the situation for him is quite simple. He has to hold. And then,
85.
if he does that, find a break in the decider. Lisa Ashton is in the position that every player at the start of Monday morning wanted to be
85.
in. A leg away from qualification for Saturday night's final, which you can see here on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock.
100.
And I think she knows the finishing line is in sight, because she goes through these gears at crucial moments, but credit to Justin Smith.
140.
He ain't giving this one up without a fight.
60.
And he's going to have 6 on 176 to take us to the 7th and deciding leg.
100. 140. Justin, you require 76.
The 12 darts apiece. They both leave 76 apiece. He's done it again. He could
25.
be punished.
Lisa, you require 76.
If he is punished one more time, it is over for Justin Smith.
Game, shot,
And it is
and the
over for
match.
Justin
Lisa
Smith.
Ashton.
76 finish for Lisa Ashton. She takes the game 4-2 and books her place in Saturday's final. It is an 83.41, the average for Lisa Ashton. But the big factor there for Justin Smith was those big numbers. It has plagued him all day. He even bust himself earlier on 52, 3 times unable to find the big number. And when your checkout percentage is down at 28, you need to make sure you are hitting those. So Lisa Ashton tops Group A.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So, Group A is sorted and congratulations to Lisa Ashton. She is straight through to Saturday night's final, so she can enjoy the delights of Pompey and a couple of nights off. You know all about Portsmouth, Henry, don't you, mate? You live here.
Yeah, it's an
I'm
interesting
sorry,
place.
Mate. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it.
Oh, no, I know. But, no, congratulations to Lisa Ashton on a serious note. The most consistent player throughout the course of this group, and every single opportunity she got, she pretty much took. So congratulations to her. We can see the stats there, and it's...
Well, the gambler is up next in a big game, isn't he, against James Richardson. But Lisa Ashton today has been the punisher.
Absolutely.
Anybody who's fluffed their lines against her, she just seems to have stepped in and gone bosh and hits the double or the two-dart combination. She's been deadly and deadly on tops.
Absolutely. And Justin Smith will feel bad because there was a couple of opportunities there where he's missed the big number, big moments, and it could have completely changed the course of the game and the course of the group. But Lisa Ashton, credit to her, she took the opportunities, as we said, and we're going to see her on Saturday night in front of a crowd behind us.
And she will love that. I mean, there was 29 scores of a ton or more in the match. The averages don't quite reflect the quality at times. They seem to just blow a little hot and cold at times, but that's confirmed. Well, we go to another big match. This decides who goes into Group B tomorrow evening and Friday evening, and who comes back for the red eye tomorrow morning and Friday morning. So there's plenty to play for in this one. I think we're going to have a look at the table. As you can see, confirmed, Lisa Ashton, our champion of Group A. Justin Smith in second place. So, considering where he was this morning, he'll be reasonably happy with that. And then that third and fourth place playoff between Graham Usher and James Richardson. Straight shootout of a game. Winner comes back tomorrow and Friday night. Loser back in the morning.
And you can't underplay how important that is to be up at 7:30 to get to this venue, and 5 days in a row doing that takes its toll of you, whereas obviously then they'll get 24 hours off pretty much before they come back
Make
tomorrow.
sure you give me that sympathy when I'm playing on a Thursday and Friday morning.
I'll try.
I don't think I'll be playing in Group B, and I don't think I'll be doing a Lisa Ashton, but yeah, it makes a massive difference. I mean, they all come here with they want to win that Group A. If you don't get that second or third spot, you got all day to sort of ease into it, and we're more used to playing darts at night, of course.
Exactly, and you just have a break from it all, can't you? I'd put the darts away, lock it away for the rest of the day, go out, have a meal, have a decent night's sleep, maybe wake up a little bit later, readjust your body clock, because it's from the extreme of a morning session to the extreme of a night session, and you want to readjust accordingly.
Sound like my psychotherapist. Spooky. I have to check that my house isn't being tapped. Anyway, who you got on this final one, mate? Where's your money?
I'd say, based on form today, I'd go James Just.
Don't mind that myself, but let's hand over to Charlie and find out.
Final game of Group A, and still loads to play for. Group B and Group C will be decided at the end of this game. James Richardson, 5 defeats from 5 yesterday, has turned that into 4 wins from 4. Letters to James Richardson on how to turn that around and get that winning formula. Graham Usher started his day extremely well. Started off with a 4-3 victory over our group winner, Lisa Ashton.
First
Followed
leg,
that
it's
up with a
Graham
win
to
over
throw
the group
first.
runner-up, Justin
Game on.
Smith. But hasn't followed that up in the last couple of games. Has been on the decline, just like on day one. Started strong.
140.
Slipped down, an 84 average against Dan Reid, and then going down 4-0 in a bit of an upset against Alan Tabern. Last time we saw him.
140. $60.
Does have the advantage of throw in this game, which could come into play. When we look at the
57.
head-to-head stats, 1-1 for the week so far. 4-3, the scoreline yesterday.
43.
Just had a
96.
little chat with Lisa as I came through to the commentary booth. As you can imagine, a very happy person at the minute.
60.
For a stroll down the beach. Very stony beach.
81.
Very stony.
We know sandcastles built this afternoon.
45.
And that
James,
was
you
just a bad
require
deflection. That wasn't a bad
127.
thrown dart. That's come off the darts already in there, but it is bad news. Because James Richardson will fancy 6 at this 127.
64.
Unless Graham Usher
Graham,
can
you
pull out
require
some magic.
153.
And so Richardson for an opening
97.
leg break.
James, you require
Wants
63.
63. One dart at tops.
43.
And so the
Graham, you
gambler
require
returns.
56.
Tots or hold.
James shot on the first leg.
Ruthless on the
Graham
doubles,
Usher.
perhaps ironically. And Graham Usher takes the opening leg in this one with throw. How can Richardson respond in the
leg, it's
second?
James to throw first.
Place in Group B is on the line for the victor.
100.
Nicknamed the Gambler. But he doesn't want to be placing too many bets on getting 20 darts with the throw. Because if he keeps rolling that
64.
dice, James Richardson will jump in at some point.
And the contrast of days for Richardson
100.
couldn't be more telling. 5 defeats from 5 yesterday. He's won every single game today. And that's what's put him in this situation
41.
where he can possibly finish third. And credit to him, because in this scenario where he knew Group A qualification was out of the window,
121.
to get yourself back up on the back of yesterday, to put yourself in this position, says a lot about James Richardson's
95.
mentality.
Said on day one, the James Richardson stomp. We are seeing that. We are seeing the pigeon head at the back of the stage.
140.
See him strutting around the stage as he leaves the double after 12.
Averaging 94 at this
78.
present moment in
Danger
time.
required 40.
Be a spicy leg.
20.
Got time on his hands here. Graham
40.
not finding anything in this scoring phase.
You were
Danger
talking about
required
spice. Well, that was
20.
bad karma for Graham Usher. Double 10
Game shot
to
on the
level us
second
up
leg.
at one apiece.
James Richardson.
2 holes to start. What can Graham Usher do in the third? A 16 dart leg for James Richardson.
Third leg, it's Graham
The
to
scoring
throw
phase
first.
has been fairly much immaculate for him. 3-ton plus throws, 2 140 pluses.
139.
And I did find out the answer to the question that we posed yesterday about the slow cooker. It is here. I
60.
was using it yesterday, and I believe James and Graham were having dinner together, courtesy of Chef Richardson.
140.
I wouldn't be eating too much from Chef Richardson. Does like a very spicy curry. Well, I
100.
prefer the korma. I'm more of a korma man.
Put it this way, you'd need a glass of milk alongside it.
And some yogurt.
98.
Well, the story of this
60.
game has
Graham,
been
you require
comfortable
124.
holds. The story may continue. As Usher slips into the single one, he's got the luxury of time, but
22.
that's a disastrous visit. Okay, he's going to come back.
81.
And he's
Graham,
going
you
to come back
require
for 6, but it
102.
could have been much more handier than this. Need to move across a bit, Graham.
36.
Making a bit of a mess of this setup shot. Still might only get 1 dart at the double. James Richardson also making a mess. It's contagious.
18. Graham, you require 66.
I think he's gone for double 12 there. Believe them 170. Said yesterday he takes a few
26.
unnecessary risks. I'll leave 170 with a double 12.
Well, this is the sort of game where pragmatism is the winner.
40. Graham, you require 40.
Tops. Now double 10.
Game
And Graham Usher
leg.
gets it in his
Graham
leisure.
Usher.
It was a bit scrappy at times, but Usher won't care. He's halfway towards the victory post. And with 2 more legs, he'll qualify for the evening
Fourth leg, it's
session
James to throw
tomorrow
first.
night,
Game on.
where James Richardson will return for the morning shift in Group C.
96.
Where in Group B, David Pallett, Jared Cole and Nick Kenny join the frame.
100.
Group C, Carl Wilkinson, Martin Thomas and Reed Colley. We'll have a change of ref tomorrow. Owen Binks is going to
40.
join us. Oh, thanks to Charlie Corsafine for his sterling work this week. He's off to Jena in Germany for the European Tour.
Jared Cole coming in the evening session. Be interesting to see what he makes of Chef Richardson, a chef himself by trade.
140.
I hope someone in the production gallery is listening to this. There's some bonus content. Darting Master Chef, maybe?
90.
Quite a few players enjoy a bit of cooking on the tour.
Steve Hine could make some muffins for us.
100. James requires 75.
75 for James Richardson. Gives him a dart of tops to level it up.
55. Graham, you require 161.
We'll be expecting to return.
He may not. That would have been some finish.
91. James, you require 20.
Well, this could be added to the unconventional
16.
finishing club if it went. And now
Graham
Graham
requires
Usher
70.
has been presented with a golden opportunity to break the throw. Tops.
30.
But it doesn't
James, you
go.
require 4.
And so Richardson returns for double 2. Madhouse.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And we are back
James
level at 2
Richardson.
apiece. Crazy leg in the end. Richardson gets it 1. And we're none the wiser
5th leg, it's Graham to
as
throw
to who the
first.
victor
Game on.
in this battle to be a part of Group B will be.
So the gambler can't keep gambling on James Richardson not attacking the throw.
140.
20 darts and 21 darts are his hold so far. And he's making more assurance with that 140 opener.
58.
Don't want to be in a position you're hoping for misses. It's in his own hands
60.
at the moment. You want to keep it that way.
Perfect first start.
100.
But couldn't follow up.
See the aggression on James's face. He
100.
knows after 14 matches, this is the one that's going to give him something he wants to take from it. Gritting the teeth, stomping around the stage and pigeon-headed.
60. $139.
Brilliant setup, lead 62 after 12. And you knew when the first dart went in, a second would pop in alongside it. And Usher could soon be on match
64.
point.
Graham, you require 62.
If he can get the double
Game shot on the
16,
5th leg.
no worries
Graham
whatsoever.
Usher.
A 14 dart holder throw for Graham Usher, the 5th consecutively in this match. And importantly for him, it gives him the
6th leg, it's James to
opportunity
throw first. Game on.
to get into Group B if he can win one more leg. He's a leg away from the end objective, the end
100.
goal.
Just seeing Graham Usher stretching his back at the back of the stage there reminds me of
100.
a funny story. Me and him both got through to the final of one of the week phases, and I've come into the practice room and he's laying on the floor. And I'm like, oh,
140.
What's going
Sure,
on
we
here?
can broadcast this.
thought, oh, happy days. But
60.
he was stretching his back out. He was showing me a technique that he's learnt from his partner that allows him to release the tension in his back.
$91. 180.
The first
James
180
170.
of the match goes to Graham Usher, and it is timed to perfection.
105. Graham, you require 161.
This would be the way to seal it. He can't seal it here.
76.
So James
you
Richardson
require 65.
on the last game gives us the opportunity to go all the way.
61.
A long way off.
Graham, you require 85.
Match darts. Will not get one at the double though.
37.
2 twos.
James, you require 4.
To go all the way on the final game of Group A.
Game shot on the
And he
sixth leg.
pings it with the
James
last
Richardson.
dart in hand. Composure and quality. 3-3. We are 501
Seventh
points
and final
away
leg. It's Graham to throw first.
from
Game
the
on.
conclusion of Group A.
100. 140.
We saw this earlier from James in his game with Alan Tabern. An inspired last leg.
135.
Graham Usher finding 2 trebles of his own. This is going to be a quality
96.
finale to the match.
81.
One does not help. Leaves him on a no finish. Probably see James use the 19s. Using them well.
99.
2 very unfortunate darts. Leaves him on a no finish. Right on the wire. Good thrown darts.
140.
And they are brilliantly thrown darts. Timing from Graham Usher.
96. Graham, you require 45.
After 12 tops.
Game shots and the match.
Double 10
Graham Usher.
for a 15 dart leg are the last darts we will see in Group A. Graham Usher, 4-3 the victory over James Richardson. It wasn't a classic, but the big stat there is those checkout percentages. 50% for Graham Usher. 82.27 average was enough to move him through to Group B. James Richardson will move through to Thursday and Friday mornings, and they will take place in Group C.
So just to confirm, Lisa Ashton straight through to Saturday night's final. And it is Carl Wilkinson, Martin Thomas, Rhys Colley, Alan Tabern, Dan Reid and James Richardson into Group C. That starts tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. That will be played over 2 days, so 10 matches for the players. And tomorrow and Friday night, I love this Group B. David Pallett, Jared Cole, Nick Kenny, Justin Smith and Graham Usher. Wow, how tasty is that?
I'm glad I'm here tomorrow night for that Group B. That is going to be quite something. Very tasty, I'd say.
Yeah, and a couple of young Welsh players I'm sure know each other very, very well. In Nick Kenny and Justin Smith. It'd be interesting to see how they lock horns over the course of the 2 nights.
Personal rivalries, eh? And I think you look at the group altogether, they're well-matched players, a bit like this group, really good pace, and the 3 players that come in are just going to complement the lineup so nicely.
Yeah, a little word for James Richardson. He nearly made it 5 out of 5. Started the day dead last and very, very nearly pinched that 3rd and final spot to get into Group B. But he'll be a danger in Group C. Remember, he's going to come in, although he'll be a little jaded, he comes in match fresh.
Absolutely, and what an effort it was today. It was just the 5 defeats yesterday that ultimately cost him that spot in Group B in the end. But he's going into it confident. Okay, he lost the last game today, but 4 from 5, feel much better about his game. And as you mentioned before we came on air in this game, you've got that long period now just to rest and recover. You've got the whole day tomorrow to prepare for this fresh, brand new group. Clean slate, clean start, and he's going to be a danger.
Yeah, looking forward to it, as we all are. So don't forget, we are back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. and then we return for Group B tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. We'll see you then.